Some trouble over there on Twitch.
Twitch outage, huh?
Yeah. Gonna have to come over to YouTube today, Twitch squad.
I saw something pretty funny. I wanted to tag you in. Where is it at? It cracked me up. It really did crack me up. This thread is crazy. Like, I'm gonna have to come back tonight and just look at that thread. Like, that's gonna be nuts. It's somebody asked the question, like, what are the best game calls of all time? And they got some wrestling runs in here that are hilarious. No, I tagged you in. JR used to be pissed at Triple H every time.
Does he have no conscience? Does he have no heart? Do you have no soul? You son of a bitch! That son of a bitch! Why, Triple H? You son of a bitch! Why? Tell me why! Damn Triple H! Damn his soul! You son of a bitch! Don't you hit her! Don't you hit her! You cost off to the...
Fantastic.
They used to be so upset at Triple H. They had another one that had, I don't know if you remember this one. I guess Lawler had gotten attacked or hurt or something like that. And Michael Cole came on there and he says, yeah, he's got bruised ribs. He's got a concussion. There's reports that he has anal bleeding. Oh, and Booker T goes, what? Michael Cole's just sitting there.
Goodness gracious.
Them dudes.
It's probably something Vince thought was funny. Say anal bleeding. It's funny.
Them dudes is wild for that.
What's good, baby? Come on in, hang out. We're with you for the next 4 hours here on the Wednesday, September 28th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me!
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
I love the game.
And we are so happy that you are here with us. Joe Davidson of the Sacramento Bee will be here with us talking high school football coming up. In the 1 o'clock hour, Hunter Patterson of The Athletic wrote a great piece on Davion Mitchell. I mean, when all else fails, man, write about Davion Mitchell's work ethic because it's always a very, very compelling read. So Hunter Patterson's going to be with us coming up at 2:30, and then James Ham will be with us. I'm going to say 3 o'clock. I'm confident he'll be here at 3 o'clock, but practice has started. And James got that lengthy drive from the Golden One Center back to Amsterdam, so he'll be with us 3-ish. In that area to give us a recap of what the first couple of days of practice have looked like. And if you follow our friends here on these social media platforms, namely Sean Cunningham, Matt George, the guys with the big cameras, you've got a little bit of a glimpse into practice, particularly the end of practice where Mike Brown, he's got the Sacramento Kings running.
Yeah,
literally.
Man.
He got them running. You missing a free throw? You running. You losing a game? You running. He got them out there like he's like the Kings are Caraway's kids.
Hey man, and literally that's what we do. That's what we do. We line them up at the end of practice. Everybody shoots a free throw. You make it, we stay. You miss it, we run it. The interesting thing about that, and I saw Sean Cunningham's clip, was the fact that there was a lot of misses in there. Make your free throws, guys. Come on, make your free throws. I'm not saying that's indicative of anything that's going to happen this year or whatever. It's just frustrating. Missed free throws are frustrating to me. Make your free throws, especially in practice.
Or miss them now.
How about never miss them? Just never miss your free throws.
I don't care if you miss them now. Don't miss them when they count.
No.
Get them all out.
Never miss your free throws. They're free throws.
Okay. So you ain't going to get me cussed out by coaches again. So you want to die on that hill, you go die on it, man. If they make their free throws during the game, I really don't give a crap what they do during practice. But Mike Brown's got them running. And, there was a line in Anthony Slater's article in The Athletic. It was yesterday or the day before. I think it was Monday. Coupled that with the video that we saw, the line was, with Fox's speed, we'll try to use that and play fast. And my heart sunk when I saw that. I was like, oh my God, are we doing the pace thing again? Like, is every Kings fan going to go to Twitter and talk about pace and speed and pushing the ball? Like, is that what we're doing again? And that was my first thought when I saw that quote and then saw that he had them running. I was like, oh, Mike's conditioning them. Oh, man, here we go. It's happening. It's happening. We're back to pace. We're right back to where we started from. We're going to be talking about speed and pace. Push the ball, push the ball, push the ball. I don't hate it, though.
I don't either. I mean, that's the way they, in my opinion, they need to play. They need to look to attack the whole time. Now, here's the thing that may be a little different it is going to be different from Mike Brown to Dave Yeager, from Dave Yeager to Mike Brown. Dave Yeager was like, we're just going to run, get the ball out of the hoop, take it out and run as fast as you can. That has a shelf life. That's not going to last forever. The difference with Mike Brown is probably going to be more so, let's get stops so we can get out and run that way. And that is going to be the quirk that is more sustainable when you talk about just getting out and run. I know Mike Brown knows it all begins with stops. Like, you can't, it's ridiculous. Now, I remember people were having this conversation when Luke was there, after Yeager, all this other stuff. Why don't they just get the ball out and run, get it out the net and just go? Like, no, that is losing basketball. Do you hear what you're saying? Get the ball out of the net and run. That's losing basketball. You have to get stops to be able to run effectively and throughout the game. And I think that's going to be the quirk of the whole pace argument and what Mike Brown may be trying to get through with this team is it all starts with the stops that you get. And once we get the stops, we're not walking it up after that. We're getting up the court. Get the stop.
Yeah, it should be pointed out, too. He talked about a different style of offense. While that was a singular line, there was no, this team's going to play fast, this team's going to do this. None of that was there. It was just a remark about De'Aaron referencing his speed, saying we're going to try to utilize that and play fast. But he also made clear you need to see a different style of offense than you've seen before, and he particularly pointed out the pick and roll, talking about how the pick and roll gives the defense an opportunity to set up and essentially create an advantage for themselves. We need to be running cuts. And you heard this from Kevin Huerter. You heard it from Keegan Murray, I think it was, after practice. There's not going to be any standing still here. There needs to be moving around. There needs to be a lot of movement without the ball. One that not only utilizes Domantas Sabonis in the best way possible, but it takes away that advantage that the defense gets that Mike Brown was talking about there.
Yeah. And this is for guys like Kevin Huerter, Malik Monk, who haven't played with Sabonis, and even for the guys that were here last year that are getting a whole year with Domantas Sabonis. Running that offense through him or through Fox or whatever the case may be, this is where you get the timing down, man. This is where you get that down. And I think that is, would you say, I was thinking about this, would you say that's just as imperative as being better on defense, or do we still think that the defensive end, like being able to have some crispness in the offense, be able to for it to be seamless on night one, is that just as important as the defense, or is the defense still more?
No. I think it's important. But when you have a bad team, pretty much everything is important. But if we're ranking stuff, like if we're ranking like what's more important, what do we like? If we could pick one thing to absolutely be better at, it's defense. They have to be better defensively, and I think I wonder with this group who has been a part of some horrifying defenses, if you are good through 8 games, 10 games, or you improve, or you're not giving up 130 or 120 or whatever, and you're starting to get those stops. You're starting to see a little bit of return on this on the defensive end. If that just breeds an extra level of confidence in them, if that breeds an extra level of confidence in them on the floor, and could in turn on the I'm talking about like big picture wise, go small picture, it could create confidence on the offensive end. Like, we got them. We're getting stops. We got them on their heels. Push.
Possibly. And
I don't know if it does or it doesn't. But to answer your question directly, defense first.
I think like if there's one thing that I could choose for this team this year, I wouldn't want them to be so emotionally and mentally fragile. Like if say for instance they're not playing great defense to start the season. But I don't want to slump. Oh, here we go again.
But do we know that
fix it?
But maybe they aren't. Maybe that's not them.
Well, that would be the biggest problem.
It would be, but I think that might be manufacturing a problem that doesn't actually exist. Like the biggest problem would be if De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis broke all 4 legs. That's a problem too. It's not a real problem, but it's a problem. We don't know that the scenario you just laid out about them being mentally fragile is actually a problem. We think it may have been in the past,
right?
But is it with this group? Is it? I mean, we're really. I mean, who are we talking about? De'Aaron, Domas, De'Aaron, Rashawn, Harrison,
right? But what I'm saying into that is like they're getting confidence, or the confidence is wavering depending on how they're playing defense.
Well,
I hope they are a confident group no matter what's going on, good or bad.
Well, I think one can be true without the other, though. I think you could just get a couple stops in a row that you convert, and you're getting some fist pumping. If you're at the Golden One Center, you're getting some, get on your feet, make some noise. You're like, that's the type of stuff I'm talking about, not necessarily. Oh man, we're the Warriors. I'm not talking about that. Like I'm talking about using it, and maybe confidence is the wrong word. Maybe that's where I'm missing here. Maybe confidence isn't the right word, but using the defense as a springboard and create momentum.
Yeah, for sure. I understand that. But yeah, to what you were originally talking about as well is like, yeah, that's what a lot of this. They got a lot of work to do, right? Because they've got to implement this defensive mentality and strategy that Mike Brown wants to have, the defensive foundation that he wants to have. But they also have to learn how to work with each other in whatever offense they're trying to run, whether they're running it through Sabonis or Fox or a mixture of both, and what it means when one is off the floor or whatever. They've got to establish that continuity. So training camp is going to be important. These preseason games are going to be important to see them in a game situation against a different team, a different opponent, how they're able to adjust when things are taken away, and how quickly it's going to take them to adjust.
I like the impact that Mike Brown seems to have made on some of these guys already. It's clearly early, but there at least appears to be direction. And we'll talk to James Ham, who has been at these practices and been talking to these guys the last couple of days. We'll get his thoughts on that. But there appears to be direction, and it appears that direction was put in place well before Monday. We'll talk more about what Mike Brown had to say to Anthony Slater when we return. Well, he also had an interesting line about Keegan Murray that we'll throw out there as well. A lot of NBA stuff to talk about. We mentioned Joe Davidson is going to be with us. Hunter Patterson's going to be with us. James Ham in the final hour of the show. We're just getting started. We're live on YouTube. There was a Twitch outage to start the show, but it looks like we're up and running now on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, but YouTube looks a lot more stable if you want to watch the show here at this point. And the phone lines are open, 916-909-1320. Again, we're just getting started. It's D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Yeah, looks like it's back down. Oh shit! It just dawned on me if Twitch doesn't go up, Jesse can't cut highlights. I'm gonna leave it there. It seems like it's going on and off. So
hopefully,
Jesse, make the most of it. If you can't do anything with it later, don't worry about it.
We'll do it live. TC, what's up, man? What's going on, big dog? Is that right? Is he out there this Saturday, or you saw him last Saturday?
He's out there this week, this Saturday.
They're bringing it back. They're bringing back the throwbacks when they used to have these people. Olden Pawnee said Incredible Universe. Go check them out. I used to go a lot when somebody would be there. Walt Williams going to be at Incredible Universe. They're not sending nobody to that mall. I mean, I'll go to Arden. I don't have no problem with that. What did I see at Arden where I was like, what, for real? It was something I saw. I think a store coming or something like that. I wasn't prepared for that. Can't believe they haven't found the replacement for Sears. Young Sav, I did see this. This is crazy. Bonds in Sacramento today. Does that
explain why Vivek was wearing a 3XL Giants jersey?
Nothing explains why Vivek was wearing a 3XL Giants jersey.
Well, it probably wasn't his.
Wearing a 3X over a what are those things called? The little turtleneck zip-ups?
A quarter zip.
Yeah.
Quarter zip mock neck.
Mock neck. That's what I'm thinking. Why are you wearing that over that, sir?
I'm trying to look this up now. For some reason I don't see it. I don't think it's tonight. I think it's now, isn't it?
It might be because
I thought it was in the morning. I thought it was 11.
Yeah, I guess they're playing a day game because he was supposed to be here at 11 or media.
Yeah,
he was at 11 or something like that. Damien, are you from? Did it go from $6.99 to $9.99, or was that there?
I'm pretty sure it's gone from $3.99 to $9.99.
Do you guys know what a medicine ball is? Like, not the workout thing, but the drink. It's not alcoholic either. like the tea, the medicine ball tea. It's like lemonade and green tea or something like that. Delicious.
Jesus, Kamara. Kamara ain't had shit to say about the Kings all off season, but now all of a sudden he's popping off in the text thread and on Twitter.
What's he upset about?
I have no idea. Like, he is just perpetually negative when it comes to the Sacramento Kings. It's like, dude, it's okay to acknowledge they did a couple of things well without being a snarky asshole. Every day I wake up to a text that he sends at 1:30 in the morning. Stacking days vibes. Like, Jesus Christ, man. Like, at least let them fail first. This is driving me nuts. Yeah, that's a hell of an MVP race, Sass. Got our Ceiling is the Roof performance of the night coming up here in just a couple of minutes. Mentioned Joe Davidson, Hunter Patterson, and James Ham all scheduled here to join the show. But for now, the phone lines are open for you, 916-909-1320. If you like to watch the show, YouTube is your best bet today. Twitch is having some major issues. So head over to youtube.com/ESPN1320. If you're normally a Twitch user, just come join us on YouTube for the day. Again, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Talking about Mike Brown, first couple of days of practice. I'm not sure if practice is getting underway right now or wrapping up. I know they just had some media availability at the top of the hour, but Mike talked to Anthony Slater, and I think Anthony Slater went on the trip to. Were they in Tokyo on Friday? I think there's
Tokyo, Japan.
So I'm. Is that 3 a.m. our time the Warriors are going to be playing? Oh, yeah. I'll catch you. I'll catch you guys later. I'll catch the second half.
Well, I won't catch either. Even for me, I won't catch either. There is a game on Friday night, though. That's cool. I think the Clippers are playing like Tel Aviv or something like that.
Oh.
They're airing it on NBA TV, allegedly.
Okay. Did you peep the new NBA app, by the way?
Like on the TVs and stuff?
It works on your phone also.
Well,
or your iPad.
I didn't even look on the phone or the iPad. I was on the one on the TV last night, and it is a different layout.
Yeah, it's pretty dope. Like, they've added they went the exact opposite of the WWE network. They were like, yo, we're going to make this a lot better. Not we're going to make this suck. It's pretty dope. Like, there's a ton of stuff on there, especially if you give them money, like a league pass or some of the different things that you pay for over there. Like, it's really opened up a ton of content. Where if you weren't a subscriber before, now I know League Pass is a bit steep, especially if you're a Sacramento Kings fan, and not necessarily, you're not into, the annual League Pass team selection. But there's some pretty good value now. I think they've lowered the cost of League Pass, for one, and two, they have added a lot more to your subscription besides just getting the live game. So if you haven't peeped it out, the new NBA app is really, really dope. Go sign up for it. The app is free, but you like not only, every app you could, what are your favorite teams? You put the Kings on there, but you can also like check Keegan Murray or Davion Mitchell or De'Aaron Fox as your favorite players. And they send you, specific stats to those guys and highlights about those guys. It's pretty dope.
That's what's up.
Pretty dope.
NBA might have heard what I was saying the other day about MLB having the best network. MLB's app is actually really, really good too. So maybe they were listening. Step their game up.
Okay.
It's 2022, man. It should absolutely be easy to use. Who'd you say is not? Oh, WWE. Yeah, nothing's easy with them.
No, nothing at all. Absolutely nothing at all. But Anthony Slater talked to Mike Brown. There's a couple of quotes from Mike Brown in this article that he published on Monday that kind of stood out to me. We mentioned his remarks about De'Aaron Fox and trying to take advantage of his speed, but he also says, we feel like we're deeper than most people think. And I think it's one thing, because that's a statement he volunteered. And it's one thing for us to talk about it as fans and to look at this roster and look at this roster has changed and say, look, they've improved here. They've improved here. Here. Maybe a wash here, but they're really good here. I think when you hear the coach talk about how deep they are, and then he goes on to glow about the different lineups that create different styles of play. He went on to talk about that as well. And I'm like, man, that's interesting. Where you've got guys that you could throw out there. You've got, because we obviously endlessly speculate about the rotation and, who's first man off the bench, sixth man. We don't even know who's starting at this point. And we'll get to what he said about Keegan Murray here in a minute. But the fact that he could start looking at these rosters and look at this roster and start looking at these lineups thinking, well, these lineups, they're actually constructed to do different things. So we might have this starting lineup, but we'll have a lineup where Davion and Malik come in first. But then we'll have a different lineup where Malik comes in and Kevin Huerter slides down. And like he just glowed about how this is a very versatile roster in which you can have a bunch of different lineups doing different things throughout the course of a game.
Yeah, and that's with Monty McNair, what he's put together is allow them to even have that option. I think they've got a number of different ways that they can play. It doesn't have to just be fast. Like they can kind of muscle up inside with Holmes and Sabonis at times. Keegan Murray may be playing a 3 or whatever the case may be. Big guard lineup. Fox and Huerter, maybe that's the starting lineup or whatever the case may be. And they can match up with guys in the half court if need be. They can go small, with Harrison Barnes at the 4, Huerter at the 3, Monk at the 2, Fox at the 1, or Davion or whoever, and go that way. Sometimes with a second unit, maybe you even have Keegan at the 5. I know that sounds crazy, but maybe Keegan at the 5 or Trey Lyles at the 5 when Sabonis is taking a break or whatever the case may be. Like there's a number of different ways that you can go with this group of guys.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how all of this translates over the course of the next couple of weeks. Like what the conversation is coming out of practice, what we see in preseason games beginning on Monday. First preseason game Monday, by the way. You talked about defense. You asked about defense earlier as it compares to a crisp offense. And Mike said you have to have complete buy-in in order to have a chance to have a good defensive team. And buy-in is a term that Luke threw around a lot. And it was obviously a lie. But or he was misreading the room. Or maybe they were bought in on the first day of training camp, but just weren't by the time the regular season got here. Or maybe they just weren't by the time the 10th game of the regular season got here. But buy-in is something we've heard a lot. And to hear Mike say, no, you have to have complete buy-in, not in order to have a good defensive team, but in order to have a chance to be a good defensive team. Because it's great if you're all in. This is how I read it. It's great if you're all in. It's great if you're down with what we're doing on defense. But the other side of that is you have to execute. If you can't execute, it doesn't matter if you're bought in or not. Buy in step 1, execute step 2.
Execution is always the key. Execution is always the key. This goes back to what we talk about. I say it a number of different times. Never mistake activity for achievement. You can be bought in and running around like a chicken with your head cut off. And I'm working. I'm out here busting it. Let's go. And you're doing the wrong thing. And you're just running around to make it look like you're being active out there. Have to execute. You have to execute. On the flip side, you can get guys that aren't totally sold on what's going on with the team, with the coach, whatever the case may be. But there's a level of personal pride that they have that won't allow them not to execute on the defensive end. Like I've been on teams like that and situations like that as well, where I don't know about this coach, man. And this team, I don't know. But just the way I'm wired, or just the way player X is wired, he's not going to just dog it on defense. That's the way he plays the game. So to your point, to Coach Brown's point, execution is always number one.
I think the problem, the line with buy-in is it only takes one, because in the NBA on the offensive end, you can have one really skilled player who can carry things on the offensive end, or you can have two really skilled players that carry things on the offensive end. Even if offensive execution is sluggish, you can get bailed out by someone who's really good at that end, someone who's a skilled scorer, a skilled creator, or whatever. It's a lot harder to do that on the defensive end. Sometimes you could get bailed out by a shot block. Sometimes you could get bailed out, by someone dribbling the ball off their foot or whatever.
Right.
But defense is so often based on a scheme that a coach puts in place, in which an individual player who 10 seconds ago could handle everything on their own on the offensive end, they're relying on their entire team executing the scheme that the coach put into play before the game started. And how many times do you see, we'll say a good defender, a solid defender, or whatever, guarding a player, usually almost always to the middle of the basket, and then you'll see that player, you'll see the offensive player get by them, essentially because the defender stopped, expecting the person who's supposed to be there in the middle to take that spot.
Mm-hmm.
And then they wind up at the basket and they're looking around with their arms in the air like, yo, where were you?
Mm-hmm.
That's the scheme we're running. Like that's why it's always, with the Kings, it's not too difficult. But with other teams, sometimes it's difficult to judge what they're doing defensively, or who missed the defensives, who missed something defensively, because you don't know what the assignment was. Right. You don't know what coach called for. You don't know what the play is right there, because not every coach calls every game the same way, and not every coach calls every situation the same way. It could, and that's where high IQ players come into play. We've talked about Monty McNair having a type. Well, part of his type is high IQ guys, and I think part of that is he wants to see defensive execution, and I don't think you can have defensive execution without high IQ guys, because you've got to remember stuff on both sides of the floor, and that stuff can change.
I agree. And the other thing that you got to have, in my opinion, not only high IQ guys, you got to have guys that give a damn, and that's what I talked about a number of times, like with James. I'm a believer in this. Their defense can be better with guys that this goes back into buy-in a little bit, but they just care. They care about the performance of the team, or they care about personally what goes on. Like, I don't want to be looked at as the weak link or the joke of this defense. So I'm going to be engaged in what we're doing. You get that alone, they're already going to be a better defense. And some of the stuff, like, it's complex. Some of the things that are talked about as far as defensively, what they're trying to do, but it's also not rocket science. We're talking about basketball. Luke Walton said it. What did he say a number of different times? Like, we bring it up all the time. Just keep your man in front of you for 2 dribbles. If you can do that, then we'll figure out how to scheme up the rest. But just care enough about your performance and about what it means if you don't perform to everybody else, to just give a little bit of effort. And if you do that, we can. That's a great starting point. But a lot of times last year, I didn't even think that was happening a lot of the times. I really didn't. Mm-hmm. So I think that's one step in improving that defense, just off guys that have personal pride about what's going on the defensive end.
But so you say that a lot, and I get what you're saying. Defensive pride, at some point, it boils down to, though, not necessarily, because sometimes I think when you say that, people think, yo, step up defensively, be Davion Mitchell, click clack, do all that. Mm-hmm. When in reality, having some pride on defense is remembering what you're told to do defensively. If De'Aaron lets whoever he's guarding go to the middle, and your job is to step up when he does that because he's forcing them to the middle because that's what the game plan was. You've got to remember your job is to go to the middle and not get hit with a my bad. Like that could be defense. Just knowing your assignment can be defensive pride.
Yeah, that's just pride in being a basketball player as well. Like you're 100% right. You're 100% right. Pride in being a basketball player, caring about what you do or don't do, impacting everybody else. You're 100% correct. You know what I mean? Staying locked in on what we're trying to do here as a team, as a unit.
Some news from the Chargers. Joey Bosa is going to IR. He will have surgery, but according to Brandon Staley, he is expected to return this season. For those who did not hear that clearly, I said Joey Bosa is going to IR. He will have surgery. He is expected to return this season, according to Brandon Staley.
Damn, tough. That's a tough break, man. It's a growing injury. That surgery on that's crazy.
Still want to know why he was favoring his shoulder when he left the field, though. Because I know I'm not the only one who saw that. Like, why was he favoring his shoulder? Like, I honestly thought my man's shoulder was gone. I was like, he's done. It's over. No, it was his groin. Like, I mean, hey, I know it hurts, but I don't know.
It just makes you walk funny.
Makes you do weird things.
I guess. Whole different places on your body. You don't know how to react after that.
I guess.
What, but Brandon Staley, you said in there, in that tweet or anything that there's no timetable for his return, but he'll be back this season. Is that kind of
and it doesn't? It's yeah. So the fact that they threw in the line is expected to return this season. So that's not short term. IR is 8 weeks.
Right.
So he's out 8 weeks. I assume there's just an evaluation process done after that. But what are we at? We just finished.
We're going into week 4.
Week 3. We just finished week 3. So 3, 8. Yeah. Well, I mean, there's time to return.
There's definitely time to return. And I know IR.
Your quarterback is operating at about 7% right now, but there's time.
Yeah. I can't believe they put him out there like that. I thought I could be wrong. I thought there's different IRs, right? Because I thought one was 4 weeks.
The short-term IR.
Yeah. In an unprecedented, he told me about we don't have a timetable. We absolutely have a timetable. In an unprecedented moment here in NFL history, he's on the 8-week IR. It's clear we know when he's coming back. They'll let him come back with an unprecedented, unheard 7-week IR, and he'll be back week 10 against the 49ers when the Chargers play them. That's what always happens. We all know that's what's going to happen.
Well, the NFL just realized that they're going to send out an amendment to this tweet. NFL just realized the Bosa versus Bosa game is in serious trouble, and we really need this for the MAGA audience. So let's do an unprecedented short-term IR plus 3. Short-term IR plus 3. I heard 45 was going to be at that game live, so you probably want to get Joey out there. Where's that game? Is that game in San Francisco?
Levi's, yeah. Doing the coin toss for that one is going to be Brett Favre too.
Oh, it's your daily reminder. Brett Favre should be in jail.
Lock him up.
Brett Favre should be rotting in prison as we speak.
Lock him up.
I'm trying to rot in prison. MAGA Kings. I can't find the segue, so we're just going to have to go back to what we were talking about. Like I couldn't find it, guys. Sorry. Yeah, that's tough news for Joy, but that's tough news for the Chargers. If you like the Chargers this year, and I know there's some Chargers fans here in the chatty house on youtube.com/ESPN1320. I think Twitch is up, twitch.tv/ESPN1320. It's a tough loss, man. This has been a tough start to the season, and there's not a lot of reason to believe that the Chargers are going to regroup right now. Maybe a few weeks down the road. I don't know how you keep putting Justin Herbert out there.
That's what I was going to say too. I don't know how you do that. Gets better. I don't know how he gets healthier while still getting smacked in the ribs every week.
You've got to go back and look at those passes he was throwing on Sunday. They were so dead. I'm not even mad. It's not his fault.
No,
it's like You can hit a lob. You can hit an open receiver 5 yards out. You got to hit a target, a window. You ain't going to do it.
So
look terrible. And why they didn't, we can make our jokes about Chase Daniel. How did you not, hey, this ain't it. We've got to get him out of here.
No.
We're not, and maybe the game got so far out of control they just figured it doesn't matter. But goodness gracious,
well, that's even more reason to put Chase Daniels in there. The game's out of control. Like it doesn't matter. Why are you going to subject your star quarterback, your franchise quarterback, to even more possible punishment and pain?
It's bad coaching. I'm not trying to pile on Brandon Staley. That's just you. I understand why. I understand why you give it a shot. You should have known immediately. Oh, can't do this.
Brandon Staley, it's not piling on him, but he's got to be better.
That man threw the ball.
Man.
That man threw the ball 45 times.
He's got it. Brandon Staley got to be better than that, man. He really does. And
he got one of Adam's ribs, and Adam was still in better shape than Justin Herbert was on Sunday. Dude out there trying to throw the ball can't even turn.
And you know the crazy thing about all this in these first 3 weeks is that somehow, some way, the Broncos are tied for first place. The Broncos haven't looked good at all, but they've survived. They're 2-1. And Nathaniel Hackett and Russell Wilson, they're right there, tied for first place. They play the Raiders on Sunday. Going to try and put them away.
I think the Chargers are 1-2.
I said the Chargers. I meant the Broncos.
Oh, the Broncos. Yeah. Oh, the Broncos are fine. You leave the Broncos alone.
I mean, they haven't looked good all year.
No, they look terrible.
They look terrible all year.
Awful.
But
they're winning games with like 16. What's their highest point total? 16? Is it 16?
Yeah, you got 16 twice and then 11.
Goodness gracious.
And they're 2-1. They found a way to get it done. They've looked horrible for all but like maybe a combined 3 minutes of their season.
Oh man,
but they survived. That's what I'm saying. They survived. They're 2-1. They play an 0-3 Raiders team that they can also add to their total, go 3-1, and put the Raiders away. Essentially,
yeah, it's a buried alive match for the Raiders on Sunday. You could throw that dirt on them because I don't know that Derek Carr's hands coming popping out the grave like the Undertaker.
No, this is it. This is the season right here for them. They're just trying to stay alive. Staying alive. I'm staying alive. I'm staying alive. That's Drake, by the way.
I was gonna say, is that Wyclef or? I knew it wasn't Queen. We'll get back to the Kings. I don't know how to get back into these conversations we were having. I will say this. Another line that he's talking. This was before practice. He was like, I don't know if Keegan's going to start. Anthony was laying out like solidified positions. Like I don't know if Keegan is start. And I think part of the reason Mike Brown said that is because he likes. I don't want to misinterpret. I don't want to misrepresent what Mike Brown said, but my impression of it was it felt like he liked the power forward group. Which gave me a little bit of pause. It's like, okay, he knows better than we do. And I thought, okay, who's in that power forward group? All right, Freeport. Okay. All right. You start looking around. I don't know how great I feel about the rest of the power forwards. So that caught me by, this is gonna create a conversation of Rashawn and Sabonis and the 4 and the 5 or the 5 and the 5 or how that'll work together. I think most people believe they're going to play together at points during games, but it was really Sean Cunningham who put out there like, hey, don't rule out them starting. Don't rule out them starting together.
Yeah, and see, I guess I see it. I always look at when I hear something like that. I'm sorry, Freeport. I'm not even thinking about Freeport. I'm thinking about Keegan, Trey Lyles, and Harrison Barnes. That's where my mind goes. And that's a solid group. I like that group too. I mean, it's not, I wouldn't say it's the best unit in the league or anything, but I like that.
Run the group by me again.
Keegan, Trey Lyles, and Harrison Barnes.
So you're more comfortable with Harrison at the 4 now this year
for spot duty
spells.
Yeah.
To put Kevin Huerter at the 3.
He's a 3-4.
Got you. Okay.
Yeah.
I love that. That's the new lexicon. You state the primary position first, and then as opposed to the 4-3, he's the 3-4. We'll come back. We'll give out our Ceiling is the Roof performance of the night, brought to you by ACR Solar and Roofing. And I stumbled across this ESPN article on LeBron James. I know people like to hate. Y'all really need to enjoy this season from LeBron James because it's going to be historic for so many reasons. We'll touch on that when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. He already is. That's fine. I got you. Well, he's the thing that's crazy to me is the stuff he's going to do along the way, because that's probably going to be the last thing he does. He's going to do a bunch of stuff along the way where it's like, no one's ever done this before.
He might be the GOAT. I don't know. I don't know if I could say that. I don't know if I could say that, man. But I mean, I'm me and Davion talked about it way back when the show started. I mean, the argument is there for LeBron to be the greatest ever today. I wouldn't say it's over. I mean, we're also. I mean, I understand. I understand how special it is that he got to 10 finals.
In a row?
Just in general, 10.
I feel like he's been to a
let's just say 10 for argument's sake.
Yeah. How many? Okay, go ahead.
He's got 4, but I mean, like Mike still has 6. And I'm not saying LeBron has to get 6 to overtake, but let's not dismiss that. Because if it was just about getting there, then Jerry West is probably the second best player of all time, right? Because he's up there.
But at what point does something else seep into the conversation besides the number of rings they won?
It's the totality, is being around for it. I mean, we saw Mike dominated the game of basketball. Like the numbers and all this other stuff, LeBron's gonna have that. But we watched LeBron and we watched Jordan. Jordan dominated just as much, if not more, than LeBron James did on the basketball floor. Michael Jordan dominated the game.
No, I'm not arguing that. Besides Detroit, I feel like this conversation should be happening on the air.
Okay. There's nothing to deny, because I think LeBron absolutely, when it's all said and done, can be looked at as the greatest of all time. But once again, Jesse wasn't outside for Mike.
Maybe this isn't it. Maybe people are sick of this conversation. But besides the Pistons and probably the Knicks, did teams construct themselves and plan for Jordan? Like the entire Eastern Conference celebrated a move to Los Angeles.
I could also, that's just facts, but you could also say the entire Eastern Conference just conceded that we can't beat this guy. Like who was
without trying?
Who tried besides the Knicks and the Pistons?
You're talking about Jordan. Sorry. You're talking about Jordan.
Like, no, we're coming after him. They said,
but that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Every team tried to retool themselves for LeBron and the Cavs and
because they thought they could get him. These guys knew they couldn't get Mike. Toronto, in Indiana, all these guys, we could get them. We could get them. Nobody was saying that about Mike.
Well, because this is also a knock on LeBron, on LeBron. We're just going to pretend like Dennis Rodman wasn't an animal when he joined Chicago, like he was like trash or something.
He was.
Oh,
great.
Okay. I just want to make sure because people really love to ignore that.
I mean, Dennis Rodman was great. Was he an All-Star during those times? I'm really asking. I don't think he made any All-Star teams.
With Chicago.
Yeah.
Oh, probably not. He was Chris Bosh.
Well, Chris Bosh made All-Star teams. Dennis Rodman was never looked at as one of the best 24 players in the game.
He made All-Star teams in Miami. He made All-Star teams in Miami.
Who? Chris
Bosh did. That's what I was talking about.
I'm not sure. I feel like he did.
What I feel like he made one, but I'll look right now.
He might have made one or two.
I'll look now. I'm sorry for those who are just coming in mid-conversation. We're the only radio show that you really should watch because it's 4 straight hours on Twitch and YouTube. Oh crap! I can't. Toronto. So Miami. Yeah, he made the All-Star team every year.
I feel like he was still an All-Star.
He made the All-Star team every year in Miami. But when I say Dennis Rodman was the Chris Bosh, he was the one meant to play the reduced role. Dennis Rodman only made 2 All-Star games in his entire career.
In Detroit?
Both of them were in Detroit. Yep. Yeah. He made his last All-Star game in the 1991-92 season. Never made an All-Star game after that.
I mean, they played they were like really, really good. The Bulls teams was, but I like when you compare that to those Heats teams. I mean, Rodman was a legend at his role. He gave you nothing on the offensive end. They were out there playing with the brought back to life Ron Harper, who could barely move anymore. Bill Winnington, Luke Longley.
14, 16, 15 rebounds per game.
No, he was a star at his
Chicago.
role. He was a star at his role. Absolutely. But like I said, offensively, every night, it was Jordan and Pippen.
Okay.
That's it. That's it. And they made those other guys functional at best. He made Bill Winnington. Think about what I'm saying here. Bill Winnington, like, yo, he's our starting center. We're going to win a championship with him. Luke Longley.
I mean, that big three. I mean, how different is that big three than any big three we've ever seen? Other than Golden State, and I guess if you refer to San Antonio as a big three, other than them who built kind of through the draft and built through a different process, how is it any different?
All of those other big threes, all 3 of those guys could beat you on both sides of the floor. Chicago didn't have that. They had 2 guys that could score and 1 guy that was a Hall of Famer at what he did on the defensive end on the boards, but he couldn't beat you on both sides of the floor.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll give you these numbers in a minute. Let's give you this number first.
The ceiling is the roof. Let's make it happen. Let's keep moving forward.
And that number is 916-481-7200. Our ceiling is the roof performance of the night, brought to you by ACR Solar and Roofing. If you want to get your old roof inspected, you want to inquire about solar panels, call ACR Solar and Roofing, 916-481-7200. I wish this award was going to Aaron Judge for home run number 61. It is, in fact, not, but it'll go to his squad, the New York Yankees, who clinched a very, very tough AL East yesterday, winning 5-2 in Toronto. 3 teams with 80-plus wins in that division.
3 teams might make the playoffs in that one if I'm looking at it.
There's only one eliminated.
Well, I think Baltimore has an uphill battle to get into the postseason, but Toronto should get in there in the wild card.
That's an impressive division. It's a really good. That's award worthy for the Yankees to win that division, especially on the night Aaron Judge walked 4 times.
I'm just not even pitching to the man.
He's homerless in the last 7 games, and it wasn't the Barry Bonds walks where it was. I think they were gingerly pitching to him a couple of times. I think he had like a 31 pitch at bat. Like he had a massive at bat one time. But yeah, homerless.
What do you think about because you look at the NL East and 4 teams. I forgot about Tampa Bay. 4 teams in 80 plus wins right now. And you compare that to the rest of the league, and it's like that's a tough blow for teams like the Phillies or the Braves or the Mets in the National League, where they got heavy hitters throughout a lot of that league, and it's spread out within the divisions. All the best teams seem to be in the AL East. Well, not all the best teams, because Houston is great in their own right, but it's the AL East and the Astros. And I guess you can throw the Guardians in there, but that's about it. And that's one of the arguments they have.
You're talking about like really, really good teams. Because I mean, like Seattle's a
good team. Seattle's going to make the playoffs.
Like they're in the range of some of the other East teams.
Right. They're gonna make the playoffs,
which is brutal.
Ahead of Baltimore.
That is just brutal. Because the one thing that the Sacramento Kings had to hold on to was the Seattle Mariners, and that's going to disappear this year.
They did, but nobody cared about that. Like nobody ever talked. I think I'm the only one that would talk about that.
Yeah, but when the graphic is put up, there's going to be no team above Sacramento now.
Well, let me ask you this: when did you even see the graphic? Nobody ever put the graphic up. They'll put it up now because Seattle is not for, but that destroys what they be talking about. I've never seen that graphic of in the 4 major sports, the team with the longest playoff drought. You'll see it now.
No, I disagree, because there's a time to put it up. I don't think NBC Sports California will put this up, but ESPN will. They'll put the graphic up. If Seattle clinches the playoffs, you don't think SportsCenter is going to put the graphic up? When was the last time the graphic was up? I don't know. I'm going to guess, though. It was Cleveland. The Browns. When the Browns ended their playoff drought, my guess is that's the last time the graphic was put up.
Maybe so. But here's my point. Like, if the Kings don't make the playoffs this year, the graphic will go up. I don't think the graphic went up last year when the Mariners didn't make the playoffs.
No, I don't think that it did. I think it comes up when there's a change.
Somebody breaks it. Yeah.
When there's a change in it. And with Cleveland, there was a change in it. And so the graphic was the graphic, and that's what was out there.
What was there? Was it 20 years for them?
Cleveland's
it was 2002.
Man, 20
right?
Seems like a long time. Who was the quarterback in 2002?
It was they had a kind of a backup. Anderson, was that who was the quarterback?
Oh, that team didn't make the playoffs. Is that Derek Anderson?
It was Derek Anderson. I thought Derek Anderson, because the game was them against the Steelers. They blew a lead against the Steelers in Pittsburgh. It was the same weekend the Niners came back from against the Giants, and they were like 2 of the 3 biggest comebacks in playoff history. And I think that was the last time the Browns were in the playoffs.
I think that Derek Anderson team made the playoffs. Maybe it was. But so 2000. So that would be 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it would be 20 years.
And they made it in 20 years
ago.
Yep. Yep. Were they? Last year? No, not last year. Year before last. Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't make it last year.
They almost beat the Chiefs.
Yeah, they did not make it last year. Thus, why Baker is in Carolina right now. By the way, Jacoby Brissett's done a fine job at that position for Cleveland. Not great, but he's been fine.
Yeah, they can make the argument they should be 3-0. And blew that game against the Jets in a historical way.
Yeah, a lot of blown leads. I don't think there were any blown leads in week 3. Like of that magnitude. Oh, the Lions. Oh,
to the
Dan
point,
Campbell.
To the point that I didn't even know they lost till yesterday.
Dan Campbell. Oh, man. Who's mid-season Hard Knocks is Arizona.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Are we getting that All or Nothing show back? Is that coming back on Amazon? Is that what it's called?
Is that their
All
version of Hard Knocks?
Maybe that's not what it's called. But yeah, the Amazon version of Hard Knocks, but it's different. They don't. It releases all at the end of the year, and they did one. I think one was on Carolina. It was good, but I think they switched sport. I think they did like a soccer one. Like maybe I don't know if it was Premier League. That's not my bag.
Premier League ones for Manchester City and Arsenal.
So it's not a
recent one. It's not like a set sport. Like they do it for multiple.
Got you.
Yeah.
Got you. Okay.
Have those things ran their course a little bit? Like, do you think we really get what we're looking for with that stuff anymore?
The soccer ones are really good because it takes you inside the locker room and all that. I haven't really checked out the NFL ones, but the soccer ones are solid.
Real quick.
All or Nothing did one on the Cowboys. I remember the Cowboys one because I remember Jason Garrett. I remember strongly disliking Jason Garrett when that episode ended.
Jason Garrett, seeing him every Sunday. That's hilarious. 2002 season, January 5th, 2003, wild card. Cleveland Browns lose to the Steelers 36-33. The Browns were led by Kelly Holcomb, who was 26 of 43, 429 yards, 3 touchdowns, and a pick.
Okay.
They were beaten by, you want to take a guess?
The quarterback?
Yeah.
2001, so 2002, 2003. MVP? Tommy Maddox?
Oh, what a call!
That's MVP.
Barley.
That's the XFL MVP. Yeah, Tommy Maddox. Knowledge. That's who Roethlisberger replaced, right?
Phenomenal knowledge.
Yeah, that's the XFL MVP.
367 yards in the air, 3 touchdowns, 2 picks. The Browns, let's do a little math here. They were up 24-14 going into the fourth quarter. They got outscored 22-9 in the fourth quarter to lose 36-33. And I believe, I'm not going to look for it. Yeah, I know it's right here in front of me. That's why I remember it, because it was the same exact day as the Niners come back against the Giants. That was the morning game, and the Niners came back in the afternoon game.
You're listening to D'Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lashes, Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app. Joe Davidson coming up in about 20 minutes.
Hey, real quick, I wanted to mention this to you because I just wanted to see your reaction. I know what your reaction is going to be, but this is why I was going through Cash Caraway's picks. You know, I went 2-1 over the weekend. The one loss was Texas A&M. They were favored by 2.5. I think I saw it. I got to look at that again because I missed the score. I think they won by 2. They might have won by 3, and I might have won 3-0. I'll check it. But either way, one of the ones that I won was Washington State +6 against Oregon. Did you see what happened in that game?
I don't think so.
Washington State was winning fairly convincingly. I think they went up by like 13 at one point in the fourth quarter. With like 6 minutes to go, below the lead in a major way. Like they end up blowing the lead. They're down by 10 with like under a minute to go. 5 seconds to go, down 10, ball on the 1 or the 2. And Washington State runs the ball in for a touchdown. Cover. No time left after. No bearing on the game. You weren't going to win. You weren't going to come back. Nothing. No bearing on the game. They run it in with 5 seconds left for a touchdown to cover.
I hate to see it. It's your guys' fault for gambling. I don't touch that stuff.
And that way, it helped me out.
Oh,
so I'm okay with it.
I'm being reminded, by the way, it is former UCLA Bruin Tommy Maddox. It's coming from the voice of Sac State football. Put some respect on his name. My apologies.
Put some respect on the man's name.
My apologies to
the clap.
Voice
Big game for the Bruins on Friday. Washington comes to the Rose Bowl.
Bruins still got a football program?
Yes, they do. They're undefeated, actually.
I was just making sure. I was just making sure.
You should have saw the celebration they had after beating South Alabama at the buzzer. Oh, boy. They were dancing in the Pasadena streets.
UCLA is back, baby. UCLA is back. USC is back. Southern California football is back.
Oh, that game's going to be lit.
Yeah, that'll be something.
That game's going to be lit. I wonder where it's at this year. Oh, no.
This was the conversation we were having when we came back from commercial, the conversation that had stretched throughout the commercial break. Y'all need to appreciate this upcoming season from LeBron James. I know everyone recognizes he's going to become the all-time leading scorer this year, but he's going to accomplish a number of other things along the way that we've talked about in the past, but it's all going to happen this season. He's going to move into the top 4 in assists this season. He'll move in to the top 10 for sure, and probably approach the top 5 for all-time made threes. He's 4 triple doubles away from being 4th all-time in that category. Like, he's moving up the list in virtually every major statistical category in the NBA, with the exception of rebounding, where he's like 30 something. And
which is a little surprising. Like I thought he'd be a little higher.
He could probably get to, when all is said and done, like maybe top 20. But like, that's the category he's just not going to move the highest in. He's already the first player to be where he's at in terms of scoring and assists, but he's going to, barring something terrible, he's going to end the season as the all-time leading scorer, and he's going to be top 4 in assists. He's going to end his career at top 3 in assists. He isn't going to catch the people above him, but he's going to pass. I remember when Magic set the record. I remember watching that. Magic's tumbled down that list. He's going to get passed. We did the math one day, by the way. If Magic had averaged what he had done on his career for like another 4 years, past 1991, if he had averaged that number in assists for the next 4 years, he still wouldn't be the all-time assist leader.
Man,
that's how out of hand that number got. Like he still wouldn't be it. He owned the record. He still wouldn't be the assist leader.
That guy, John Stockton.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, he did some crazy things on and off the court.
Yeah, he's crazy. He definitely is. But I know people like to poke fun at him. He's looked at as hot take fodder, and that's fine. Y'all need to enjoy this season from LeBron James. There aren't very many left, and you need to enjoy this one. Don't wait for the big baby face turn at the end like you did Kobe Bryant. Enjoy this. This is even if you want to root against the Lakers. As we saw last year, he can accomplish all of this stuff, and the Lakers finished with 33 wins.
Right. That is almost
you could absolutely root for the Lakers to lose and still appreciate what LeBron James is doing. And he's going to have a season this year that I don't think anyone's ever going to forget.
Nah, man. I mean, this guy, he's getting into a place where he's in a league of his own, man. He really is. He's going to have this is the thing that I talk about all the time. He's going to have all the numbers. He's going to have all the stats. The only thing that's going to be left is the people like you and me who saw it, who witnessed it, who lived through it, and could tell a little bit more of a detailed account of what we saw night in and night out. And comparing that to, like we were doing on the break, comparing that to Michael Jordan and being able to see him night in and night out in certain points. Because that's it. Because if you're just looking at the numbers, he's going to have them all.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to have them all. And there's going to be no argument against
there'll be one that he almost certainly won't have. And it's the one that every Jordan stan points to.
And it's the 6 championships, and that matters. That matters.
No, it does. It's
not everything.
It's a factor in the conversation.
Yeah, it's not everything, but it's a interesting, like, what do you weigh more, right? Because they both have a little bit of what they're lacking in specific arguments. So, like, the numbers wise, Jordan don't have all the numbers, but he's got numbers that are crazy, right?
Right.
And LeBron don't have 6 titles, but he's got 4. Like, that's not 6, but it ain't like he got 1.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So they both have a little bit in that other argument that makes it. I mean, I think it's the greatest debate that we have in sports when you talk about who's the greatest.
It's fun because you with these arguments you find stuff that like makes your point, right? You don't want to tell the whole story. You just want to. It's terrible, but I try to do it. You don't want to tell the whole story. You just want to like cherry pick stuff. Like Phil gets trashed because he coached Jordan, and how could Phil Jackson be the greatest coach of all time? He coached like 4 of the greatest players that ever lived. Okay, so but then you call Phil Jackson the greatest coach of all time. Then there's the group that calls Phil Jackson the greatest coach of all time. So does that demean Michael Jordan? Does that take away from Jordan's titles because Phil Jackson was his coach? I love him. I'm thrilled that he's here. But does anybody ever go, Mike Brown was the greatest coach of all time? Ty Lue was the greatest coach of all time. Frank Vogel is a titan of his era. Like, nobody does that.
Mm-hmm.
So, but it doesn't fit the argument, so we don't talk about that part.
Right.
All I'm saying is, and I'm not weighing in. I'm not asking you to weigh in. I'm not asking you to form an opinion on the greatest, who the greatest player ever is. I'm just asking you to enjoy this season from LeBron James. I think everybody really enjoyed that last year from Kobe Bryant. But you waited until his skills diminished and he walked away. Mm-hmm. LeBron James' skills have not diminished. Enjoy this season. If you're a basketball fan, you're going to remember it forever.
Yeah. I mean, and you're preaching to the choir because I'm one of those guys. I've enjoyed LeBron's entire career. Everything about him, from the reaction that he invokes from people, from the way that he performs on the court. I've thoroughly enjoyed LeBron's career, and I'll continue.
I watched the last few minutes of episode 5 of the Hulu series about the Lakers. It is a very, very good series. Mm-hmm. But we're in the era now where Shaq is gone. They just beat Orlando. Mm-hmm. They haven't gotten to Boston yet, but they just beat Orlando. And there's only 2 episodes left. And so there was a moment where the episode is winding down and it shows Kobe holding the MVP title and the MVP trophy and the finals trophy, and the music changes. And it's like, you know what's coming in the next 2 episodes, right? And they go to Derek Fisher telling the story, and it was so well done because they didn't say anything. They haven't talked about like you're telling the story in chronological order, but you know what's coming, and you can see it. And I thought about this as I watched it, because we talked to Jason Jones yesterday, and Jason talking about players still having a hard time talking about Kobe. And Derek Fisher is telling this story, and it's about this moment after they won the championship, and you could tell he's thinking of, like, he's telling the story, but all he's thinking about is the Kobe part. He's not thinking about the title part. Mm-hmm. And I thought the way they set that scene up was brilliant, because it was nothing more than an illusion of what it was nothing more than a nod to what's coming. Everybody knows how this series is going to end. Mm-hmm. Everyone. Haven't referenced it, but you know how it's going to end. And when Derek started telling that story, you knew immediately he's having a hard time telling this story. Not because the moment of winning a championship is euphoric, but he's drawing on that Kobe memory. Mm-hmm. And if for nothing else but that scene, you have to see episode 8 of this Hulu series for the last 2 minutes.
Yeah. To
see the way that they set that up. They just did it. They did it beautifully. And I turned it off thinking, I don't even know if I could watch the last one. Because I'm in my head, I'm thinking because there's only 2. So you've got Boston, you've got the injuries, the poem, and the retirement. And then that leaves episode 10, where you get what happened, LeBron, and the bubble.
Yeah,
I don't know if I can watch 10.
And you're right. That's going to be the lineup. I wonder how far they're going to go into Genie. Has Genie already gotten control? I don't think so, because the brothers were on the podium in Orlando. So that's coming up. Yeah, I think that's coming up. Yeah, I'll be interested to hear how that story is told too. We'll come back. I believe Joe Davidson is going to join us here. We'll talk some high school football when we return. We'll get into the NFL as well. We'll talk some 49ers. We got so much more ahead here. Stilo and Casey on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. See, this is why this is going to end up being one of the great debates we've ever seen. Because Jonathan, I don't know if he's being snarky or what, or he's just bringing it up. But he says, remember that time when Jordan lost in the Olympics? And if I wanted to be a Jordan stan, I could be like, kind of like when LeBron lost in the Olympics, right? And LeBron was getting beat down by some guy, some overweight guy from Greece. Stop. Now that is just absolutely ridiculous. No, it's because he didn't lose in the finals, and he averaged like 35 a night when he was in the finals, in the playoffs. Huh? I could say it's a little softer out there nowadays. Yeah, and Jordan had to go through that and still get buckets. LeBron, you can't touch LeBron now. Can't touch none of these guys. You can't touch these guys.
Hey, here's a
interesting
nice tweet from James Ham. Barry Bonds is talking to Kings players.
Come on, man. Let's go. Let's go.
Stop it. I don't think this is something we can hear. Let me take a peek. Yeah, it's not something we can hear. Barry got one of them funny voices.
I'm already inspired just by hearing.
He got a limp handshake too.
He's got a wait. What?
We got Joe right here. What?
You say he got a wet fish handshake?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, step your. Oh,
yeah, it's true. It's a true story.
That's not a
true story. It's a little weak. Joe D.
What's happening, folks?
What's up, buddy?
What's going on with you guys?
We are thrilled to see you, my man.
Good to see you guys. Did you guys both go out to Media Day, Kings?
Man, we were here entertaining the masses, hopefully.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be, interesting. And we do know this. Mike Brown's not boring and dull. He's fun. What a riot he is.
He is. Not bashful either.
No, I think it's awesome. Right. It's Luke Walton was fine, but geez, if you're in the media, don't you want great sound bites with pop and fun? I mean, that's Mike Brown. I think it's awesome. For
sure. I'm interested to see a whole season with him, and hopefully they're good, because I think he'll be even more entertaining when.
Oh yeah, they've got to be good by now. And sometime in our lifetime.
You would think. You would think, Joe, where are you at this? Oh, I know exactly where you're at this Friday night.
Yeah, Oak Ridge at Folsom.
Yeah, where's that? Sorry,
Folsom at Oak Ridge. That's up at Oak Ridge. Just a terrific high school showdown, great league. Folsom beat De La Salle with a last play heroics last week, which was incredible. It's great for local football, and Sac State football is a blast too. And then you get some of the garbage BS stuff with, this Amador high school team up in the hills. They pulled the plug because their kids were engaged in stupid behavior on a group chat, and it was bad enough where the school's investigating, pulled the plug. Got to watch what you're doing, man. I mean, it's what a devastating blow for that community. Now you don't have a varsity football team the rest of the season, and this is a team that's done some good things. And
don't watch what you're doing. Just don't be an asshole. How about that?
It's
there's that.
And some of it's tied to racial undertones directed at another school like Rosemont in Sac City. What are you guys, stupid? I mean, just where's the sensitivity? Where's the maturity? I have an old theme. If you're not mature enough to be on social media, then stay off of it.
Hang on. We'll start there, Joe. Hang on.
Okay.
Odyssey app is a great way to listen to the show, as is 1320 AM, 98.5 FM KRXQ. HD2 is a great way as well. If you're in an electric vehicle or you got an HD car, you can also watch on Twitch and YouTube. We welcome in our buddy Joe Davidson of Sacramento Bee. Joe D, let's dive right into it. There's a lot to talk about in terms of high school football. Some good, some bad, some great. Let's start with the bad, something we were just talking about during the commercial break. What's going on with Amador County and that school out there?
Oh boy, it's a big blow. And Amador is up in Sutter Creek. It's up in Amador County. It's one of those small school pride football programs. Went to a state final in 2016. Smaller school. The team has been the season has been pulled, and Tori Gibson is the superintendent of the Amador school district up there, and they're doing an investigation that they anticipate could take weeks. So they said we're going to end the season with a highly inappropriate, direct quote, group chat that included the majority of the football team. I can't get specifics because I don't know the specifics. They say they're still investigating, but it sounds like they might have had some racial undertones, which is, the thinking is if you're not mature enough to be on social media, then don't be on social media, especially if you are representing your school and your family and all of those things. On the Amador High School website, it has a prominent posting of, we expect our student athletes to behave and our community members to behave because you represent the school in your town and all that. And anything that doesn't jive, you'll be held accountable. So they have ended the season pending this investigation. It's unfortunate, and the community is divided. Half the community feels like, this needs to be done. We got to have accountability. We got to clean this stuff up. And the other half are saying, this is ridiculous. And, what's the big deal? It's the media stirring it up. No, you got a problem up there. Mm-hmm. And when you cancel games in a season, the rest of the league, the Mother Lode League, their teams from more up in the hills, Somerville and Sonora and programs like that, they lose a game too. And you can't just reschedule somebody. Kenny, from your high school days, if you're at McClatchy and have a Metro League schedule and a team pulls out, you don't have enough time to reschedule. So loss of image, loss of gate receipts, loss of memories and moments, and they're feeling. The junior varsity team is allowed to continue, but something bad is going on to the point where you got to pull the plug. Unprecedented. It's rare. In my 30-something years at the B, I don't remember a team having the plug pulled. It's happened in some instances where wildfires have forced a lot of evacuations and all that, but not something of this magnitude where a group chat got out of control and 3 staff members at the school are suspended or on leave. So it's a big mess, and it's hard to get to the bottom of this because these schools put gag orders on the coaches and on the athletes and blah blah blah. But community members will talk, and so we're kind of digging in on that. It's not the kind of stories we want to do, guys. We want to chronicle the achievement of teams and all that, but these are the stories that are part of society.
It's my first thought, Joan. It's unfortunate that I can't necessarily just go through this. My first thought is to applaud the administrators there for taking a hard stance for something that was inappropriate and saying like, no, you guys are going to lose out because this is not okay. Now, that's my first thought, but then you don't know why they're doing it. They could be doing it to not have legal ramifications, or, they may not think it's a big deal, but their hand may be forced. So it's unfortunate that I got to think that way. But at the same time, one of the things that I wonder, how you would go about it is maybe, as opposed to saying the whole season is done, maybe an indefinite suspension of the football season. Whereas, like, I don't know if you can come back from this. You probably shouldn't be coming back from this according to like how things are being played out, or like you should lose your whole season. But I don't know, Joe, just in case, maybe would have been a situation where I don't know what it was. Like, I could absolutely find out the details and deem, oh yeah, it's appropriate to be done for the whole season.
And that's probably what it is, Kenny, is we'd love to get a hold of the thread, not because we're National Enquirer, but just to help better understand. But the school district has said in statements that these are minor students, they're under 18, and so we're gonna protect that. And I think in some communities, they're divided, and they took down off of Max Preps, which is where you could input your schedules, and each school monitors that. But they've been scrubbed off the internet, off the there's no sign of their schedule or their roster, and I don't know who mandated that. It is important to know that the CIF, the California Interscholastic Federation, does not have a play here. They have to let their schools, the governing body has to let their member schools police their own schools. Now, if this behavior happened during the playoffs, then the CIF could step in. But otherwise, they've got enough policing to have to do with transfers and eligibility concerns. So this was a decision made by the school district, and the school district, it's a very tough decision when you pull a plug like that. It's a big gaping hole for the school's image and the fun of high school sports. So something bad enough, Davion and Kenny, where they felt that the only thing that we have to pull the plug in fairness to the rest of the league so they can prepare and reschedule or something. So we're going to try to get to the bottom of it and see what we could find. But these kind of things, like the Del Oro football situation a couple weeks ago when a player passed out, these are not the fun stories you want to do, but they're topical and they're issue-oriented type of things.
Let's do some fun stories. Let's talk about Folsom and what they got done this weekend. That was an incredible win for them.
Wow. The Folsom Bulldogs been our powerhouse since 2010. The one monster that nobody in the Sac Joaquin section could clear was De La Salle. And De La Salle had like 40 years of mowing through this region: Del Oro, Granite Bay, St. Mary's of Stockton, Folsom, everybody. And Folsom last year in the playoffs and the NorCal finals won at De La Salle. And then on Friday in a non-league game, won again. This is how rare and unique it is, guys. The last Northern California team to beat De La Salle at De La Salle 2 years in a row was Salesian of Richmond in 1978 and 79. That's how amazing it is. And we have to remember that just over a year ago, De La Salle's 30-year unbeaten streak against Northern California teams, that's 318 games, ended. So in the last year, De La Salle, which never lost to NorCal teams, has 4 NorCal losses by a total of 11 points, 2 of them to Folsom. Wow. So great for Folsom, but it means nothing if Folsom can't go into the Sierra Foothill League, which starts this week, and keep winning. Yeah. So that's a story I'm working on at the Sacramento Bee. The Sierra Foothill League has Oak Ridge and Granite Bay and Del Oro and Rockland and Whitney. Just a terrific league, terrific collection. And it's good, really, guys, for the whole area of football to have Folsom beating De La Salle. It's great that public schools are showing, hey, we can do it. And, people will bemoan that Folsom's got a lot of transfers and all that. But the root of Folsom's football success is still in the youth feeder program. Kids grow up just wanting to play, huge numbers, and the train keeps rolling.
Yeah. So you talked about it a little bit. I mean, you've got an Oak Ridge team that has just been dominant this year, and they're getting Folsom at their spot. Do they have a chance of knocking off the Bees' #1 team in Folsom?
I think so. And Folsom's 5-0, 4 shutouts. Great coach in Casey Taylor, won a bunch of championships at Del Oro. He's at Oak Ridge now, his alma mater. I got some emails this week. Oh, you're an idiot. Why would you project anybody pushing Folsom? I said, okay, we'll project every game 60-0. Don't go. Stay home and mow your lawn instead. I think they have a shot because of a great coach in Casey Taylor and a terrific strength program. We'll find out. We'll find out. The Folsom coach was hilarious. Good guy, Paul Doherty, goes, hey, we're terrified that we can't keep up the rallies. They rallied against this team and that team, and last minute against De La Salle. I think it's coach speak. They're going to be just fine. I just think it's terrific football. And the other big showdown there's 2 more in the Sierra Foothill League. Granite Bay, Del Oro, 2 5-0 teams, and then Whitney and Rockland playing in the Quarry Bowl. So great football. With football weather too, we'll take it.
Don't you just love what we do, Davion and Joe, where you could just be like, man, these are 2 good teams, and I think it might be a good game, and Oak Ridge has a shot to win. And then people, you're an idiot for saying that anybody has a chance. What? I said what both teams were good.
Well, no, it's true. It's or they'll say, oh, you're a hater. You're always picking us to listen. Oh, man, where we do game previews every week. With Chris Biederman at the Sacramento Bee and Jim Patrick and Cam Salerno, and we do we have snarky little funny comments because we don't know, we don't break down film. We could barely find our car keys every day, so we will predict the game. Predict the game 42-35, and some coaches really take it personal. It's a rallying cry. Sometimes some readers take it personal and say, oh, you disrespected us. You think we're going to give up that many points? You're reading too much into it. It's football. It's fun. Let's have a good time. Or we'll just start saying, hey, it's going to be 40-0. Don't go. Go shopping. Go to Costco. Waste your time at Costco instead.
Shout out to our man Cam, by the way. One of the best journalist under 16 in the entire game, man.
And he is. And he takes it personally. He goes, hey, I'm older than that. Not much. I started when he was in high school.
He's a little bit older than I insinuate him to be, but not much.
He's all of 22, and I give him a hard time. I said, "Don't be a Kings fanboy. I mean, you can't be a fan." But though he grew up as a fan, but he works hard and he cares. And
he's doing a great job.
He's a Plastic County native, so he's out there all over. He's the man on social media and everything. He can't shoot free throws, and his lateral movement is pathetic, and his 40 is worse than all of us.
And he wears Under Armour with Nike, but that's okay. We're taking steps.
He might be sponsored.
We're by both. Now that would be impressive. That'd be impressive. By the way, you mentioned Rockland. That was a hell of a way for Rockland to win that game this weekend.
Yeah, so Rockland was playing host at Glacier Park of Washington State, ranked powerhouse. They came down. Great name, Glacier Park. Cold country probably, and they came down, and the kickoff was at 8 p.m. and then sometime in the fourth quarter or sometime in the second half, the power went out, the lights went out. So they got them back on, and then they scored the final 16 points of the game to win it. So it's like, hey, thanks for coming, thanks for dealing with our power outage, and away we go. Hey, I tell you, the team that really scored, Sacramento State, the Hornets go to Fort Collins, Colorado, take on Colorado State, which is not a powerhouse by any measure. They win that game 41-10 and take home a check of $400,000 to $500,000. It's supposed to be a body bag game. So it's like, hey, we came, we saw, we conquered, and we're taking the check.
Man, Sac State. I mean, I saw one Cameron, he put up some ranking that had them as the #1 team in the FCS. I think in the coaches poll, they're at like number 4 or something like that. I mean,
4 and 5. It's incredible.
This team is when have we seen Sac State like this in the past?
This is incredible. So Sac State's last 3-0 start was 1992. So It shows that the program started in 1954, and they've won conference championships in 64, 66, 88, 95, and the last 2 in the Big Sky. So not a lot of success. And it starts with coaching. Troy Taylor is running the same scheme at Sac State as he did at Folsom High School. Same thing. Didn't reinvent the wheel. He's all about positivity. He's not a Mike Ditka type who's going to browbeat you. He is demanding. They're so well prepared. They're so conditioned. They do very little tackling. How can that be? Well, if you're on scholarship, you probably know how to block and tackle. They'll do some goal line simulation and they'll hit the sled, but they don't. The days of the old Oklahoma drills where you just crash into each other to show toughness and manhood is over. I mean, it used to be, Kenny, you probably didn't even get water when you were playing basketball at McClatchy. Now, not only are athletes hydrated, it's cold water, and you can have it anytime you want. You can even have an ice towel on your neck if you need to. So, what Sac State's doing is great. They play another Big Sky Conference game, or their Big Sky opener is at Cal Poly on Saturday. And in a couple of weeks, they'll have Montana, which is even ranked higher. And it's going to be an ESPN game. My challenge is, and I think we mentioned this on the show before, is, hey, man, fans, get out there. What do you want? You want an entertaining product? You got one. You want one with local players? You got one. How about a local coach? You got one. You want a team that wins championships? You got it. You want good weather? You got it. So go out and watch. And I think they'll get there. COVID was a real snag last year. There's still a lot of restrictions in the Sacramento County. That's all gone. But go out and watch this team. Cameron Scatabo is their star running back. He's from Rio Linda High School. He had 3,600 yards as a senior when he played at Rio Linda. Only one scholarship offer. That was at Sac State, because they could see he's a football player, and he runs with physicality, leans in. He looks for guys to crash into, and he says, I got to have contact. It just makes me feel better. He's probably the kind of guy who has a blocking sled in his garage and he gets up every morning. I got to hit that for 20 minutes and I go off to school. So some good football amid the turmoil up in Amador.
Real quick, man, I just want to ask Joe D this. You know, I'm always worried about this. I don't know if everybody else is, but Coach Taylor doing such a phenomenal job at Sac State. I don't want him to go, Joe. I don't want him to go, but if he keeps doing this, I mean, they're going to start throwing bags and bags of money at him.
Well, and here's what's interesting about Troy Taylor. He's homegrown, Cordova High School product, 4-year starting quarterback at Cal, set all kinds of passing records that Jared Goff broke. He's not a guy to want to bounce around, but he's going to certainly listen. He signed a 7-year contract, and he took a pay cut as the play caller, offensive coordinator from Utah of the Pac-12, because this is a great challenge, and he's won 2 conference championships, but they haven't won any playoff games. And so the challenges are still there. So he's 3 years into a 7-year deal. The athletic director at Sac State, Mark Orr, says it's a good problem to have. There's been some people who have reached out and they're going to, but Troy's turned it down. He's focused on that. They still have a lot to win there. And I don't think Troy's the kind of guy that is going to jump to some school in the Midwest or the Southeast. He's still got kids at home, and his wife Tracy likes living here. And there's still some challenges here to do. And this level of football, the FCS, is a blast. It's really good stuff. And all right, so they don't have a bunch of NFL first-round picks. Carson Wentz was one, but it's still great football. And then you also don't get guys who come and go all the time. You know, you don't have guys jumping in the transfer portal and all that. So it's good, genuine, feel-good football. And I applaud it. UC Davis as well has had some good years of late under Coach Dan Hawkins. I think it's great for this area. They got a lot of local recruits, and it's worth. And I enjoy covering those 2 teams. It's good to see. It's nice that they're winning, which adds to it certainly.
Yeah,
great stuff, Joe. We appreciate you as always, my man. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Damien, Kenny, appreciate you guys. You're the best.
You're the man, Joe.
That's you. That's Joe D. Joe Davidson right there. Sacramento Bee, the best coverage when it comes to high school football for sure. A great weekend of football coming up. I might have to make my way out to. I might have to make my way out to the Corey Bowl. I think it's at Whitney, but I'll watch Rockland and Whitney this weekend. I remember asking Troy Taylor for his autograph when I was a kid.
Yeah,
he lived by my grandparents. His parents lived by my grandparents, and I knew he was a football player because my grandpa told me. And I remember knocking on his door, and I think he was a quarterback for the Jets, asking for his autograph like a punk ass kid. Just like, hey, Troy Taylor, full name, Troy Taylor, could I have your autograph, please? And I have like a notepad and a pen. He was like, oh no, I got you, man. And then he gets a picture for me, which I'm 1,000% positive I still have. I'm positive I still have it in one of these boxes somewhere, but he signs a picture for me and sends me on my way.
Well, at least he didn't handle that situation with you the way Randy Brown handled his situation with me.
Yeah, your situation with Randy Brown was not good. It was not good for sure.
Randy Brown.
Troy Taylor.
I was probably the only one that asked him for an autograph out here. Randy.
Well, at least you're not hanging on to it or anything.
I did let it go, though. Took a while.
Yeah.
Let it go. But I never forgot.
Until you saw him try to wrestle the ball away from Michael Jordan in 90.
I was so upset. 96.
97, 96.
Randy Brown, you're still in your warm-ups. Let go of the ball.
I don't think that's entirely accurate. I think he was on the floor, but he did have a tank top on.
I'm a look.
I don't think he was in his warm-ups. I don't know why he's trying to wrestle the ball away from Michael Jordan. For God's sakes, wasn't that the Father's Day game too?
Yeah.
Like, bro, what are you doing?
Mike got mad.
Can you look it up later and not now? Because you're going to be entirely too distracted.
Wait a minute. Says the man who says, you've lost me for the next 10 minutes while I look up this.
Well, that's your fault. That's your fault when that happens. You send me down these stupid rabbit holes where I go chasing something, and now you're looking up to see if Randy Brown was wearing warm-ups. Oh, they got Vivek a River Cats jersey that fits. That's good. No, this is good. This is good. Cameron posted a picture of Vivek and Barry Bonds together. Strangely, they're the same size. And Vivek's they got Vivek a good he's wearing it over his shirt, but they've got him a nice fitted River Cats jersey. So that's good stuff.
Well, that is good stuff. And see what happens. Look, no disrespect to the people that were owning the team before. Vivek is here for 10 seconds. Barry Bonds comes into play.
Mm-hmm.
We ain't never seen Barry Bonds here. All of a sudden, he out here. And you're right. Randy Brown was in his uniform. He was on the court.
Is that Will Clark? Will Clark here too?
The thrill. See, Vivek is bringing him out already. I think Davion froze. Yeah, he froze. It's hating on him. It's hating on him.
I was so close to calling in sick today. I should have done it.
I felt the vibes. Jesse, you felt the vibes here?
Yeah, you felt the vibes? Really? Why would I have these vibes? Any idea? Any idea why I'd have these vibes?
I don't want to answer this question no more.
Any idea why I'd have these vibes? Like, hey, man, I'm telling you, I love you, but you make it really hard. You make it really hard to love you.
I told you what happened. Like, so you saw my tweet, right? About Kyle Shanahan. Oh, well, see, there you go. You saw my tweet about Kyle Shanahan. I go to put it in the rundown. Here's somebody talking about Kyle Shanahan's first down plays. So it's already covered. There's not another section to put something in there.
You had one idea all day.
No, that's the whole point. That's what I tell you all the time.
See, this dude.
Well, I mean, what? Would you want me to put my Washington State story in there? That would get kicked out.
What was your Washington State story again?
That would get kicked out. It's happened before.
You just put random.
That's what you told me to do. You said anything that comes to your mind, put it in there.
You guys, please, we're family. Stop.
And then I'm trying to save the company from going to war over artwork in the building. And I'm like, guys, stop. Like, I can't do this. I'm trying to do the show, responding to an email thread, and Charlie's upset about something. And I can't.
Everybody's just stressing Davion out. And then he froze again. The controller will be thrown very soon here.
Man,
very soon.
There's a hole on that wall.
And I don't know where this is coming from because the internet has been fine except for that one day. But it could be a Twitch thing, could be something going on. I don't know. Either way, we're here. Pragmatic Pessimist says, blame Jay Crowder. What did Jay Crowder do? I don't know. It doesn't matter. Kings training camp underway, day 2 going on. When we come out, I'm looking around. We actually have James Ham coming on at 3:00. So James will be here at 3. We'll talk to him. We got our guy, Hunter Patterson from The Athletic. He wrote a great article on Davion Mitchell. We'll have him on here. We'll talk about his piece on Davion Mitchell. So we'll get into all that. A lot of Kings coverage. I do want to talk about that Kyle Shanahan thing because it's really, I'm perplexed with some of these things surrounding Kyle Shanahan. Like I think people are doing a lot right now. They need to settle down. I'm perplexed. We'll get into all that. It is definitely Kenny Caraway. I hope Damian Barling is coming back. I'm going to try and talk him into it, guys. I'm going to try and talk him into it. Right here, ESPN 1320. Let me see. That boy Bonds is in the building. That's pretty cool, though. Well, you said needle. He never took a needle. He rubbed it on his forearms. Flaxseed oil.
In the clear.
That other guy, I don't think that's Will Clark. I think that's the River Cats manager. I don't know his name.
Tell me that don't look like Will Clark.
Well, he does kind of look like him, bro.
Why do we have to make this harder than it needs to be? Find that. I used to have something on my phone to check the speed, but I guess I don't now. Jeez. Let's try this.
Ooh, those are nice.
Internet's flying, so I don't know what the problem is.
Random.
Y'all want to start placing bets for James Ham's frozen screen?
Oh yeah, well, he's coming on at 3. I'm gonna say 3. It'll be after the second break. Yeah, it'll be after. It'll be after. So I'm putting them at 340.
I'm gonna go late. I'm gonna go late. I'm gonna go like 352. We're gonna think that he made it, but he didn't.
340 right now. I'm the closest one with what is it on the Price is Right? You have to be under, but if everybody's over, it's the person that's still closest, right? That's what they do when they bet $1, though. They bet $1, you're closest without going over. So if anybody goes under the time, say the time is really 3:33, but if somebody
I'm gonna
5, they would win.
I'll star them so they'll be tucked aside.
I got 340. Oh, Spectre, you jerk. He says 333. It's a bad bet.
Oh, but yeah, or is it? Does he freeze during the break?
Co says 309. Stop, Co. It's never that early. Well, it was last time. But aside from that, it's never that early.
Co normally doesn't pay attention, so it's just kind of par for the course. All right, I think I saved everyone who's participating. There we got a 344.
Alfonso. There you go.
Okay.
You said
Seriously? 352? I think I said 350. I don't remember what I said, to be honest. I said 350 something.
340. Come on. Come on. See, this needs to be somebody needs to call Justine. Cash Creek, Sky River. Somebody needs to be sponsoring this gambling segment of when James Internet is going out.
Brick House Industries has 348. I haven't even heard back about Monday, man.
That's a trip. That's a trip.
I'm Tyrese at this point, man. What do y'all want from me?
This dude Vivek really got Barry Bonds out here, though. He's on the team for like a week.
Live on the Odyssey app, live on YouTube. That's pretty much it. Twitch has gone to hell today. Straight to hell. Yes, thank you. Thanks to Joe Davidson for being here with us. There's some more Kings basketball I want to get into as the day rolls along. I want to talk about Harrison Barnes, too. We're going to talk about Davion Mitchell with Hunter Patterson. Hopefully you saw Hunter Patterson's article on Davion Mitchell in The Athletic a couple of days ago. Really, really good piece. Of course, it centers on his work ethic. Learned a couple of things in there that I'm anxious to talk to Hunter about. So he'll be with us coming up at 2:30. We're expecting James Ham to be with us in the 3 o'clock area. And I think I just saw something from Deuce. Indeed, I did. We can go to Mike Brown post-practice today. This courtesy of our friend Deuce Mason talking about what he's seen defensively from Davion Mitchell so far.
This early. I tell you, he's a special talent, especially on the ball defensively. He's got great feet. He's strong as the Dickens. He's got a great nose for the ball. He's not afraid, and he got some dog in him. And so you have them combinations, and on the ball, you can end up being a great on-ball defender where he has to keep working. Like any other youngster on this level is, okay, when your man doesn't have the ball, are you playing big? Are you in the right position? Is your man beating you back door? Is your man inching into you and getting in position to rebound? Are you in help position? Are you in the right help position so that you can cover to your guy on the kick out? There are a lot of little things that you have to be able to understand when you're off the ball in this league defensively, because there's just so many talented players. And like I said, not one guy can guard the ball. It's got to be 5 guys guarding the basketball. So every time that ball moves, you should move even though your man doesn't have the ball. So he'll get better in that area.
This is Mike Brown talking about Davion Mitchell in defense in general following today's practice. And again, that's courtesy of Deuce Mason.
Yeah, man.
Davion's going to be a topic today, so it's good to hear Coach's thoughts.
Absolutely. And I was thinking about Davion this morning. I was doing some yard work. And I was thinking about how people always get on it's yard work to do. You can't pay the gardener no more. Better go out there, mow your own lawn. Getting dirty. I'm getting dirty looks everywhere from my partner, Everybody's giving me dirty looks, and I'm out here just trying to make it work for everybody. I'm getting dirty looks everywhere I go.
Kenny doing yard work today. Yesterday, went for a walk downtown.
Oh no, I had to take another person that would give me a dirty look to the airport.
Sounds like you need to surround yourself with better people.
After I had to take my son to the orthodontics in the mornings.
By the way, for the juveniles in the chat,
It's like dealing with a sophomore class.
I caught it. I
missed it.
Caught it. No, I caught it. I just let it ride. That's all. I caught it.
But no,
so you're doing yard work, thinking about Davion Mitchell. That's what we all do.
Because I was listening to content, so I can be prepared for the show. And thinking about Davion Mitchell. And James Ham, he gets people kind of give him stuff about him saying Davion would be Patrick Beverley. And I think Davion is going to be better than Patrick Beverley. But some of the things that I've seen from Davion, especially this summer, just like he's just kind of no nonsense. And I could see him being that type of guy for the Kings, where Patrick Beverley is in your face, creating a energy around the team, a tougher energy around the team. And I can see Davion playing that type of role. I think he'd be a better version of Patrick Beverley on both sides of the floor. Like, I think he's a better defender and a better offensive player. And he's not going to be as boisterous and as much of a character as Patrick Beverley would be. But I absolutely could see him being that guy where it's just like, it's kind of hard to explain. It's like if you're on the court, just no nonsense, like with his teammates and with other players. Like something goes on, I ain't trying to hear all that. Like, get it done, period. Like, kind of like just no nonsense. Like I hear him talk. You see him in these interviews, and it's not like he's mean, but he's just not for all the frivolous stuff. All he wants to do is work and then go out there and beat the hell out of you. That's all he wants to do. I love that about Davion Mitchell. And I think he could provide that level of toughness for this team. Now, it's hard because he's not a starter. You know what I mean? So how much weight does that really carry? But
it carries weight.
Yeah.
It carries weight if your presence is strong enough, because I think it could be a thing where it's like, well, Davion's not a starter, but he's not a starter because De'Aaron is really, really good. That's why he's not a starter. I think you can have because I don't think anyone is of the belief Davion's not going to play a major role on this team. I don't think you have to start, but I think you have to play a major role. And I do wonder if you have to finish games regularly, at least, to be able to have that kind of that voice, that leader, that voice people will follow. Because it's hard to take advice from someone. Man, you on the bench, you wasn't out there. That's difficult. But when you play a major role, like I think you can. So I think his tone will carry weight. But it makes me think of I think you asked this question earlier, or Jesse might have, but about like the Hard Knocks series. Like, have those shows kind of jumped the shark? Like, are they still needed? Are we getting what we want from them? Well, isn't that what the run is? And trust the work. Isn't that what these series are? Like, they're not on HBO, but they're essentially what Hard Knocks. It's a peek behind the curtain, right? It's the stuff that we don't see on the field. That's what these YouTube series are that we're seeing from the Sacramento Kings and from Davion Mitchell. They're a peek behind the curtain off the basketball court. So as long as people still they like that, it feels like insider knowledge, right? Like you like to know what Neemias Queta was thinking, and this is top of mind because it was on the run. Like, you want to know what Neemias Queta was thinking when he looked at, I think it was Paolo, and said, you don't know me, bro. You don't know me like that. That's what I do. And he explains right at the beginning of the episode what he was thinking. Keegan Murray talks about the Reggie Miller 3, and it's just interwoven beautifully with how the against the Knicks, with how that Summer League game went to overtime. It's a peek behind the curtain. And I think part of the way you feel about Davion is because of that peek behind the curtain that we've gotten this offseason. Now, not to say that you didn't feel strongly about him last year, but he's taken, I mean, you combine that with the Trista Crick story, man, this dude, this dude A1 with the whole fan base right now.
Well, so here's the deal. The Trista Crick story plays in my head. And I like the run. I like Trust Your Work and all this. I love them. Like, I watch them, but I also know that they're puff pieces. And anything that I've seen in Trust Your Work and in the run, doesn't carry as much weight with me about how I feel about Davion compared to that Trista Crick story. And I watched him on media day when Ham was doing interviews with him, his pictures, you know, just kind of observed him. And he just like, whatever.
Had that Mike Bibby vibe. I'm not here for this.
Yeah, right.
I want to play ball.
It's like, whatever.
Mhm.
Like, I'm not here for none of this stuff. I want to play. And it almost looked like, and maybe it's just maybe he's not really like this. It's just what he kind of gave off to me. It's like, I'm actually annoyed by all this. Like, I just want to play. We got work to do. Like this whole thing is getting in the way of work we should be doing. That's the mentality that he has. And I love it, damn. If he really does, if I'm accurate with that, because I don't know, I could be just reading into things that I'm just taking out of nowhere. But if that's really how he was feeling and how he gets down with stuff, and you combine that with like the Trista Crick story, where it was like the Trista Crick story, that would never be on Trust Your Work or On the Run.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
For those who missed it, it's essentially Davion was sitting behind Trista at a summer league game, and this is a very, very condensed version of it, talking trash about every single player in sight.
Right.
Not like not I'm talking about their game. He was talking about, I could take that. It just every player, every roster, everyone who was in front of him. That's what he was doing the entire time he was sitting behind Trista.
Right. Then I hear that story combined with just what I see on the surface, right? Like these ain't even behind the scenes stuff. This is just media day. I just look at him and I'm like, he's not for any of this. He just want to play. And I love that. I love that.
Shout out to our very good friend, Antonio Ray Harvey, who tweeted us at D-Lo and KC. Davion Mitchell is Davion Mitchell. That's what Tony tweeted us. I love you, Tony. Davion Mitchell is in fact Davion Mitchell. You're listening to D-Lo and KC.
Shout out to my boy Tony Harvey, man. He got to get back on the show. We got to talk to Tony, man, during training camp, man.
I want Tony on the show when I'm here. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRX QHD2 Sacramento ESPN 1320. Driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. Always live on the free Odyssey app. You know, we mentioned Hunter Patterson coming up, James Ham coming up. Kings tickets coming up as well. Send you to see the Kings in Los Angeles every day this week. Make your plans to be with us at 3:20. Every day this week at 3:20. We'll send you to see the Sacramento Kings, and make your plans to be with us next week when we'll send you to the home opener. We gonna go to the LA game? It's a Friday night. I think. Yeah. You got a big weekend that weekend. But like, I mean, if I send a text, could we get you out the house for a couple hours?
That might be what needs to happen.
I'll send a text. I'll tell her it's work related. Like, this is very, very, very important.
Last night I was like kind of mapping out the schedule of like what I need to present to my boss to, see, when I get out the house.
Yep.
Damn, y'all ain't gonna see me in December. I don't know if y'all not gonna see me till Trista come to town.
January, right? It's beginning of January. That's all right. So since it's out there, I know do we have an official day?
December 1st is the due date.
Oh, December 1st. Oh, okay.
I think she's gonna come a little earlier though. That's just my hunch.
Okay.
I think a week early.
It's a weird hunch to have. Like, is there some scientific reason for it?
No, just the vibes. Thanksgiving
baby, huh? All right.
Yeah, around there. I think there's actually, I thought there might have been another almost week after Thanksgiving of November. I think it'll be around that time.
Okay.
Reese was a week late though.
Balance it out. We'll balance it out then. But Reese was a week late. Do we have a name?
No name yet.
We haven't gotten that far. Okay.
No.
Oh, that's right. We took a poll. I believe it was at Nani was the winner. I believe at Nani was the winner. At Nani Caraway. at Nani Caraway. Mike Brown spoke about Barry Bonds being at Kings Camp today.
Yeah, that's greatness. Everybody not just sports, but in life aspires to be the best of the best, and we've got to witness it and touch it and feel it and all that stuff firsthand. So tremendous.
What was his message to the team?
Basically, in a nutshell, hey, take advantage of whatever's in front of you. No matter what's in front of you, try to be the best you can be and embrace it.
Malik said that he was kind of starstruck. You've been around some of the biggest stars in the game. Were you at all?
The only reason why I wasn't because I knew he was coming. But if I didn't know he was coming and shut up, I was like, oh, man, wow, this is great. But I knew he was coming.
You seem like a pretty good relationship with him, just obviously from the Bay.
Sure.
How does that kind of grow?
That's the neat thing about sports is you may not spend every day with a person or talk to a person every other day on the phone, but because of what we do, it's such a small community. You have a feel for who that guy is as a person, but more importantly, who he is for his accomplishments that he's brought to the game of sport, not just baseball. So for me, being in my seat, I get the best of a lot of good words.
It's like dealing with a sophomore class.
Mike, it's going to be a long season, Mike. This is the second day of training camp, dude. It's going to be a long year, Mike. It's going to be a long year. That's Mike Brown, courtesy of James Ham, talking about Barry Bonds and Barry Bonds being at Kings training camp today.
Hey, man, that's pretty cool, though. That's pretty cool. You get Barry Bonds to come to your training camp. Barry Bonds. Yeah. Me and you, we referenced him as the best player to ever play the game.
Yep.
How often does that happen? You get Hall of Famers and great stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
You get the GOAT, the literal GOAT. Man.
Yeah.
Uncle V does it again.
Uncle V.
I hope he brings Drake back.
Tune in to Corners of the Culture tomorrow.
I knew that.
Tune in to Corners of the Culture tomorrow. Kenny Love. The episode ain't even about Drake. Oh, but best believe Drake gets worked into the episode. Why don't you name the baby Drake? Just get it over with. Just name the baby Drake. That way you can look at the little baby. Little baby Drake, I love you so much. Just name the baby Drake.
Drake ain't even my favorite rapper.
Word?
No, absolutely not.
Man, you ride for him like he's your favorite. Everything.
It's just there. Like, it's there. Like, can't deny the greatness.
We did drop a companion piece for Corners of the Culture today, as a matter of fact. If you have never heard our first conversation with Rick Ross and Brett Barish, that is available now on our Corners of the Culture podcast feed, as well as our D-Lo and KC podcast feed. We reference it several times in our conversation that'll drop tomorrow about Rick Ross. So check that out. Corners of the Culture, wherever you get podcasts from, Apple, Spotify, Google Play. Put those ratings in. I think the bad guy snuck in and tried to hit a couple of 1 stars, so we got to balance that out. That's all right. That's all right. That's the least of which they've done this week.
Wow.
So if y'all could just jump in there, Apple, and hit that 5-star review, even if you hadn't caught that episode yet. Trust us. Start with the birth of hip hop. We really think you're going to enjoy this podcast, man. It's good stuff.
Absolutely. But do you think like do you think those type of things have any effect on like the players?
Barry?
Yeah, Barry,
like stuff like that.
Great. Like I remember
Drake.
Drake. James, I might ask him to tell the Drake story again because that's pretty funny. I cracked up.
It was Drake and DeMarcus. Drake was in the locker room when DeMarcus, is that right?
Yeah,
was pissed.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask James to tell it.
Am I the DeMarcus Cousins of this team? Oh man, that took you a long time. That took you a long time.
No, because we like working with you. I feel like DeMarcus rubbed the other guys the wrong way. We like working with you.
Yeah, you're not hard to work with.
I don't
Some
think
people
that's
think
true.
DeMarcus is hard to work with.
Oh, maybe.
I feel like I could.
Maybe DeMarcus just demanded greatness.
Maybe so. I feel like I could work with DeMarcus though. DeMarcus seems like a cool dude. A little moody, but he's cool.
Oh, there it is. I think me and DeMarcus have the same birthday, so that this adds up beautifully. Leo. I think
Leo?
his birthday is August 13th.
Oh, okay.
I'm almost certain we have the same birthday. Why? Boogie. I'm searching. I literally searched Boogie Cousins instead of DeMarcus. For goodness' sake.
Still come up.
Yeah, August 13th,
That's what.
1990. Yeah, August 13th.
Hmm.
Same birthday, 10 years apart.
Somebody give us the character traits of a Leo, and we'll see if it matches up with
Moody, demanding.
Is that what it is for real?
Setting really high expectations for the people that they work with.
Is that what it is for real?
I don't know.
No, I only asked that because like I'm not really into the astrology stuff, but I remember one time I read the character traits for a Cancer, and I was like, damn, this is me.
I've always typical in Leo traits. This is literally the first thing that pops up. Being confident, comfortable being the center of attention, drama adoring, ambitious, loyal, fiercely protective of their nearest and dearest, generous, luxury loving, sunny and big-hearted.
I mean, I think all those apply to you.
Negative traits. Those were the positive ones. Negative.
Oh, I thought those were all of them.
Well,
okay.
Vain, egotistical.
I don't think you're egotistical.
Childish, overbearing, stubborn, status-seeking, possessive, arrogant, cocky, dominating. Now you're just getting redundant. I don't
think you're arrogant.
That's redundant.
There's a couple hits and a couple misses there.
Compassion and big-heartedness, drive and natural leadership. Those are the four main characteristics of a Leo. What's yours again?
Cancer.
Cancer.
Oh man, I still got real tears from Mike Brown.
Oh, this ain't you. Well, wait a minute. Now, wait a minute. Why didn't the negative thing come up like it did for me? How come none of
about me?
Hyper emotional, temperamental, spiteful.
It can be.
Devoted.
Yeah.
Fond of their loved ones. That's funny.
Very much. Yes.
Often to an unhealthy degree. Well, that's you and Kyle Shanahan. They place high value on family and close friends. Go to great lengths to defend them, no matter the price.
Absolutely.
How come they don't have the pros and negatives like mine did? Oh, here it is. I got it. Moody, pessimistic, clingy, manipulative, overly cautious, evasive. Kenny evasive in that rundown. Possessive, lazy, suspicious.
What? Damn, lazy.
Aggressive.
Oh
I don't feel like these fit you at all.
Suspicious, cautious.
You are suspicious. You did think they were after you like Tony Montana a couple of days ago. So that was a bit wild.
And then Paolo Banchero robbed me in my dream at gunpoint.
Yo, that was crazy. You're not aggressive, though.
No.
You're not manipulative.
I can be manipulative. I have in the past. When I was a kid, I could manipulate. I
think that's a characteristic in kids. Like it's just the way kids are.
There's some hits and some misses.
Okay.
I am emotional though.
You are emotional.
Yeah, I am emotional.
You are definitely emotional. There's no question about that. I feel like the characteristics they're pretty. I think there are a lot of similarities between me and DeMarcus in our temperaments.
Do you think any of those are DeMarcus?
Yeah, I think a lot of the ones that are me are DeMarcus. So I think.
Or do Leos get along with Leos? Maybe that's a bad combo. Like maybe Leos don't get along with Leos.
I don't know. I don't really have a relationship with DeMarcus. Been trying to establish one, but I'm swinging and missing. So we'll just keep trying. Maybe that's why I like DeMarcus. Is like, man, I don't care that he's moody. It's the same thing.
You tell him, Jonathan. Lazy doesn't go along with that damn yard work I was doing.
That's right. I don't think you're lazy or what was it? There was aggressive. I don't think you're aggressive either.
I can get aggressive. I'm not. Well, you've seen it. pretty chill, and then it's like,
Yeah.
all right, damn it.
I don't think I've ever seen you get to that. Oh, okay. We saw it once. I think it's been 2 years, it's been 25 months. I've seen it once.
What'd you say? You get emotional about this? I'm about to.
Yeah, no, that's it. That's a few pages away. I got you.
I get emotional about this. I'm about to cry.
I'm emotional. I'm mad at Kenny most days. I just don't always tell him. I'll think in my head, man, Jesse, but can he really piss me off? Or can he be more like Jesse? Needs to be more like Jesse.
12-4. Perform.
I get emotional about this. I'm about to cry.
Meanwhile, every morning I'm thinking,
That's the gratitude I get from you pieces of crap.
welcome back. Hunter Patterson. Hunter Patterson of The Athletic doesn't know what he's walking into. He joins us next here. We'll talk more Kings basketball. I know you mentioned Kyle Shanahan. We might have to table that for a minute. I want to ask you about Harrison Barnes. Rory asked something in the chat earlier, and it was kind of on my mind. I want to bring that conversation to the show here, and we'll talk Davion with Hunter Patterson when we return here on ESPN 1320.
No 13th round, but you can do what you gotta do. Are you fighting this weekend? I don't think so.
Let me check and see. I don't think there's any fights this weekend, which is kind of a fail. They should have put that women's card this weekend. No lie, Jesse. I don't know if you paid attention to it much at all. I'm about as hyped up for that women's doubleheader as I am any scheduled fight right now. I'll put it to you like that. Those girls, Clarissa Shields is fighting Savannah Marshall, and my girl Alicia Bumgarner is fighting Michaela Mayer. But those girls have done a hell of a job promoting that fight. I don't know. She beats them all up. That was Amanda Serrano and Katie Taylor, I think it was. Yeah, that was good too. These four women, these particular fights, they've done a hell of a job hyping them up. Like, they talking crazy in person. They talking crazy on Twitter. Like, they've done a great job. Wow, that's a take. I mean, can they hear you if you came on? Okay. Oh, you mean on here? Can they hear you?
Yeah, I think they can hear me out. I said boxing's overtaking the UFC.
Did y'all hear that? Do y'all agree with that? I mean, he's not wrong. I'll tell you like this. Name the 5 biggest fights that could happen in combat sports. 3 of them are probably boxing matches.
UFC has no stars right now.
They got none. And Usman getting knocked down, that's not a good look. The closest thing they have is what's my man's name? Izzy. I like Izzy. I fool with Izzy. But that's the biggest star they have, and he don't really have no competition. It's almost like John Jones again.
They're not drawing any casuals, I think.
Nah, it's plateaued. Who? Curtis, who are these people? John Jones is suspended every other week. Khabib is retired. Who's Charles? Izzy? And I don't know who Kazmat is.
Kazmat's the guy that came in overweight. John Jones don't even fight. Francis, that's not a star.
Ngannou? Is that who he's talking about? He's not a star. Nah. See, we're gonna have to do this again tomorrow, Jesse, because this is gonna be a 13th round.
It's facts.
Nah, they ain't. No. Like I said, 3. Name the 5 biggest sports in all, or biggest potential fights in all of combat sports right now. 3 of them are boxing fights. Tank is. We don't like Ryan's bigger than all them guys. Spence and Crawford together are bigger. Deontay Wilder is probably bigger. Tyson Fury, Anthony Joshua is probably bigger. Nah. Stephen Brown. You sound a little crazy, Stephen. BTS is back. BTS is back. Right. That Nate Diaz is probably the biggest star. You're right, in the UFC. That's probably the biggest star, and he's got like 12 losses. And if he faces, like, if he, Damien, I gotta ask you a question. This would actually be perfect. This would actually be perfect. What's bigger right now to you as the casual of both? What's bigger, UFC or boxing?
Oh, geez. None of the above? Is there
anybody in the UFC? And maybe, I'm leading the witness a little bit here because I actually have a 13th round show and he catches me talking about these people. He sees me get excited about them, right? But is there anybody that in the UFC that if they're fighting, I got to check this out?
No one.
Is there anybody in boxing that way?
The only one that I can think of is Tank, because you tell me to. And I've enjoyed the fights that I've watched. I've enjoyed, by the way. I'm not trying to, but it's not something that's on my radar. And Kenny, you need to watch this. Okay, I got to trust you enough. You ain't gonna lead me into some garbage. So I watched it. I think Tank was the first person you told me to watch. It's like, this is okay. I get it. I got it. But UFC, no, I can't think of anyone.
They have a lot of talented fighters, no stars.
I like Nate Diaz. But I also I don't know. I don't need to watch him anymore. You know what I mean? He's going to put on a show. I don't think if you watch Nate, I don't think you're going to be disappointed. Right. I just don't think I need to see it.
And he wants to go box.
Shoot, if I'm them UFC fighters, I want to make friends with Logan and Jake. Them the only dudes getting people paid in this game. I mean, I don't know what boxers make. They're the only people getting paid. I go work. What you want me to do? You want me to fight Ezekiel Elliott? Cool. That's Ezekiel Elliott's next stop. Couple more games like he's had to start the season. Zeke gonna be fighting Logan Paul.
Damn.
Which one's fighting Roman? Logan, right? Logan's fighting Roman Paul.
Yeah.
Hey, say whatever you think about them dudes. I don't have much of
a problem with what they do in boxing,
and they make money,
big bucks,
they get them fighters paid.
Yeah, but Jesse, to close this out, Jesse's argument was UFC can't bring in the casuals anymore, and I agree. At the very,
I do too.
If Tank is fighting, she's like, "Yo, we gotta watch. I'm getting a fight." She did the same thing for Canelo, all this other stuff. There are a handful of people that my mom, who doesn't watch boxing every weekend like I do, she'll say, "Yo, this guy's fighting. We have to do that." She's not doing that for nobody in the UFC.
Yeah, you have to be a big star to grab those the Rondas, the Connors. I don't think Conor has that pulling. I don't know. Maybe people still waste their money on Conor McGregor.
He would draw. I think he would draw.
That's crazy to me.
That's just crazy to me. But he also has the ability of almost like a Floyd Mayweather, except Floyd always won. People will tune in to see Conor get his ass whooped. I'm one of them.
Sure. Okay.
One of the best UFC moments all the time was my boy Nate Stockton slapping him around and making him tap out.
That didn't suck. Yeah, that did not suck.
No redeemable qualities.
Hunter Patterson's going to join us here on the live stream. He wrote a great piece on Davion Mitchell recently for The Athletic. I want to bring this up. Rory mentioned this in the chat really early in the show. And I saw it and kind of tabled this and put this aside. And our guy Rory says on youtube.com/ESPN1320, best way to watch us today. Twitch is having some issues, so check us out on YouTube. I know Harrison Barnes is a pro and all, but I'm a bit concerned he might be checked out. Now, I want to manipulate what he's asking there and ask it a different way. Because I don't think Harrison has checked out. But I also don't like, this is a really tough situation for Harrison to be in. It's like we said there were vibes of a trade that didn't go through, and like maybe he didn't think he was going to be here today or on Monday. And it's like, okay, you've got that. You could put that behind you. But if your future is unclear and you're thinking like, man, am I going to be here in December, January, February? Am I just playing out this last year? Am I playing for what exactly am I playing for here this year? And again, Harrison Barnes is a pro's pro, but it's, to me, it would be tough to have that stuff just kind of lingering over you.
I absolutely understand that. I absolutely understand. And he could be in a position where he's kind of, I don't know, feeling like he's playing out the string a little bit as far as his time here in Sacramento. But here's the thing about Harrison that maybe some people take for granted, and maybe the Kings even take for granted. And they just kind of, it may play against Harrison. So everybody saw the clip, Sean Cunningham had the clip of the end of practice yesterday. Everybody shooting free throws, a bunch of these guys missing, and everybody had to run up and down the court.
Much to the anger of Kenny Caraway.
Frustrated the hell out of me. Like, come on, guys. Even my boy Malik Monk missed a free throw. Come on, Malik. Come on, baby. Need that.
You can name your baby Malik.
No.
Can Malik be a girl's name? No.
Malika. What you guys need to stop by.
I don't know. I don't know if you've been on Twitter today.
Settle down.
Maybe not the best day to name your baby Malika.
They absolutely need to settle down on Twitter. I don't know where this even came from.
Like, why is Malika and Rachel Nichols trending? Oh dear. Okay.
But I'm watching that, and one of the things that stood out to me is funny. Rory said this because this stood out to me when I watch it. I don't know about every time, but at least a couple times. You know who was first? Harrison Barnes. Harrison Barnes was first. He was in front of the point guards because you always taught point guards lead from the front. You can't be in the middle of the pack or in the back. And I'm not excoriating De'Aaron or Davion or nothing like that, but that's just how I was taught being a point guard. Like, hey, point guard, you got to be in front. You got to be in front. We run in sprints, we run in suicides, whatever. You got to be in front. Some coaches don't do that. It's whatever. It's no big deal. But I know at least twice Harrison Barnes came in there first. And this is what I was alluding to a little bit earlier about execution, maybe over buy-in. And Harrison is one of those guys where he may not be in completely bought in to what's going on here. But the way he approaches the game, the way he plays the game, it won't allow him to not bust his ass in sprints. It won't allow him to not get in a defensive stance and stay locked in and do his job. Now, of course, he's human. Maybe sometimes he just doesn't execute all the time because he's not completely invested, if that was the case. I get that. But a lot of the times, just because of the person that he is, the way he approaches the game, the way he plays the game, he doesn't know how to be just completely checked out. You just don't know how to be.
I 100% agree. But I guess it's me more reconciling in my head because did you ever watch the clip, by the way? Because this was a discussion on Monday's show. Did you ever watch the clip of Harrison Barnes? I think he was talking to James. Did it make you feel any different?
No, because I mean, after maybe I was jaded because I heard you guys talking about it, after seeing it. So I didn't really feel I didn't have any different feelings after
Okay.
it. I saw what you guys could have been seeing, and I get it. I still felt like he's at least started out a little bit more optimistic than maybe he's looked. That's how it sounded. So
Right. Let's get Kamara in here before Hunter joins us. 916-909-1320. Just full transparency, Kamara. I was talking your name earlier on the live stream. You're being a little ridiculous right now, and you need to chill out.
Me?
Yeah. Because you ain't said one nice thing about the Kings all offseason. You ain't say nothing about Malik Monk. You didn't say nothing about Kevin Huerter. You barely spoke all through summer league, and now you got now you tweeting and texting stacking days vibes. See?
Until they prove me differently, I'm holding on to that stacking days shit. I don't care. I'm
Not to mention, I just, tweeted out today, man, I want to see De'Aaron back to dunk.
Yep.
And Kamara responds to me, I'd like to see him shoot 80% free throws and be a better defender. But what do I know? I'm sorry. Why are those two things mutually exclusive? Right? And I want to see him dunk.
Hey, listen, you know what? I have spent 15 seasons being positive. Maybe if I just be negative, obviously it will happen. I don't know.
I'm with it. We'll try it. We'll try it. Yeah, we'll try it. What's up, bro?
No, I'm just calling, man. It's been a while, and since I'm just here, we're waiting out Hurricane Ian.
Oh man, that's right.
Be safe, bro. Be safe.
Yeah, we just here, man. So I'm just like, let me just check in. One of a few times I actually don't have to be at work, so yeah.
Do you have a my bad, Kamar? Do you have a bunker or something? Like you guys got basements down there and everything?
Basements in Florida. What does that even look like?
Oh, I don't know. I thought they had bunkers down there. I saw somebody on Instagram talking about they had a bunker when they were in Florida. They were getting down there right now.
I'd probably be a billionaire. I'm not Jeff Bezos, baby. I know you think I make a lot of money.
You dress like it. You dress like money. You dress like money.
Yeah, I appreciate that, man. No, we out here, man. It's weird because as a Floridian, man, you kind of just you're used to hurricanes, and like everybody else around you, like, oh, you're so scared, and you're like, yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Nothing you can do about it. And being in Orlando, you're inland, so you don't get the brunt of it. You're gonna get a hard hurricane, but it takes a lot for the hurricane to still keep its velocity over land.
Yeah.
But Hurricane Ian is actually pretty big, though. It's like 500-mile radius, so we're still gonna see a lot of tough winds. But I think Orlando would be okay. But prayers out to those who are like a coastline, like Fort Myers got it really tough, and that Pinellas County and a few other spaces down south on the east coast of Florida.
Kamara, thanks for the weather update. We got Hunter Patterson joining us here. You're gonna have to hit us back to get your almost certainly negative Kings take off. So hit us back. We got you, and be safe. All right. All right,
Brett Favre in jail.
Yeah, yes, please. Get Brett Favre in jail immediately. Let's welcome in Hunter Patterson of The Athletic. Hunter, my man, what's good? Thanks for being with us, bro.
Oh, I appreciate y'all having me.
Yeah, absolutely. Great work writing about Davion Mitchell, man. Like Davion's work ethic is becoming stuff of legend, man. Already, he's entering his second year in the league. What drew you to write about Davion?
It happened pretty organically. I was watching his Trust Your Work series. It's a 3-part so far. I'm not sure if there's going to be any episodes after this, but it's a 3-part docuseries, pretty much documenting his first NBA offseason and the things that he's doing to prepare for next season, or this upcoming season, rather.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. First of all, Hunter, I mean, it's a trip that, and a positive trip to see you here on the show, to see you writing articles about Davion Mitchell. I met Hunter It was before the pandemic, so it had to be about 4 years ago at my man Dwight Taylor's Manhood 101 conference, man. And he was a young, energetic kid. I'm not even sure you were in college yet. I don't know if you were at SC yet, or maybe you were early over there.
I think this was undergrad while I was at LMU.
Okay, that's right. That's right. I do remember that, man. And you know, he was just like, man, I like your vibe. We show love, followed each other on IG, and here we are 4 or 5 years later. You out here writing for The Athletic, man. So first of all, I'm proud of you, man. I see you doing your stuff. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep going. Second of all, about the actual article in Davion Mitchell, I talked about it earlier in the show, and I got the sense, you know, and I like this, Hunter. Davion's just real no nonsense, man. He just want to work. He just wants to compete, and all the fluff and all this other stuff. He don't really have time for that. You get the same vibes from Davion?
I do, and that was one of the things that drew me to him to want to write the feature. And I mean, he touches on it a little bit in the Trust Your Work docuseries. And he says he knew when he was in college at Baylor, everyone is in college for different things. And for him, he was using that time as an opportunity to play in the NBA. And he was essentially saying he didn't really go out. He didn't party. He didn't have the conventional college experience, if you will, because he was so eager to reach his full potential and move on to the next level.
Yeah.
He mentioned, and I think he references his time in Baylor in this part, but he told you, like, and this is something I haven't really heard him talk about before, but you know, he has a series you talk about, trust your work. Like he wasn't trusting in it first. Like he was doubting himself. Like he was putting in that work. Like, man, I'm not seeing the results from all this work I'm putting in.
Mm-hmm. And he actually was at Auburn for a little bit before he was even at Baylor. And I think that a little bit, that portion of his college career was where he may have not been trusting himself, trusting his work as much as he did once he got to Baylor.
Right. And it's such a human emotion, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, we talk about this on our other podcast, Nipsey Hussle, and we talk about it with Rick Ross, where these guys who are super successful, they, much like everybody else, reach a point in their career and their journey where they're like, man, I'm not feeling it. Like, I'm not seeing the results that I wanted to see. And for him to talk about that and to push through that, I think that's something that anybody that's going to be great has to face and overcome. And I think he's overcome that. And I think now he actually does trust the work. And coming into this season, playoff drought, if he's the backup point guard, all this other stuff, it may seem daunting, but him doing what he's done in his past and overcoming those things in the past have prepared him for this moment to be like, I can conquer this. I can go through all this.
Right. And you can even draw parallels between his first half of his college career at Auburn and then Baylor with his rookie season, if you split it into two halves, just in terms of when Halliburton was there. He was their lottery pick the year before, another guard to complement De'Aaron Fox. And for him, for Davion, he wasn't getting as much playing time. He was still trying to adjust to the NBA. And once Halliburton was traded, they got Sabonis. He had more of a stable role, and I think people within the organization were starting to trust him more.
We talk about that a lot here, the importance of Mike Brown establishing what his role is going to be here, like immediately out the gate. And I know you talked to Doug Christie as a part of this, and DC he was like, I got expectations for this dude to be sixth man of the year. I mean, that's obviously that's clear. That's a bench role. That's a major off the bench role. And Casey and I were talking earlier, and you know, I'm curious your thoughts on. Do you think Davion has the type of personality that it's tough to be a leader from the bench? You got to have a big personality to do that. You think Davion could pull that off with a bigger role here with the team this year?
Yeah, I think I would characterize his leader style as more of showing rather than telling. And so I think the way he goes about his work, he was having 2-a-day workouts this offseason, and people on the team, I think, will recognize the way he goes about preparation and making sure he's in the best shape for games. And I think that that'll rub off in terms of teammates seeing the way he goes about his career and preparation. So I think he's a lead by example type person.
I agree with you, Hunter. I think he is that type of guy and that type of leader. However, I wonder this. I wonder if that first year, he's a rookie. He's coming into the league. He's just trying to get in where he can fit in. And, he's not ruffling feathers or anything like that. I wonder if this year you will see him be a little bit more vocal, because even in the docuseries, like when he's competing with his friends and the people that are, he's training with, he'll talk to him.
Right.
He'll talk crazy to him. You didn't see that in his rookie year. And I just wonder if this year overall, whether it's talking trash or motivating or, getting on somebody for missing an assignment, I think he might end up being a little bit more vocal than we're used to seeing him this year.
I agree. I think he could be a spark plug off the bench and someone who is directing traffic and holding his teammates and himself accountable. So, and like you said, in the docuseries, he on the court, he may seem a bit meek and to himself and not really too demonstrative, but when he's with his friends and he's hooping in workouts, he has a lot of personality. So I think the more he gets comfortable in SAC, the more we'll be seeing that.
You think he'll be more vocal this year?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think he has it in. He didn't, Casey, like you mentioned, he didn't want to really ruffle any feathers. So I think he's adjusted. He's feeling comfortable, and that's a role that he's very capable of taking on.
It's great stuff, Hunter. We appreciate you, man. Great article. Thanks for joining us. You got strong Luke Walton vibes.
Oh, really?
To the deep voice, yeah. Like you could definitely introduce slow songs on Sirius XM. You and Luke Walton would have a hell of a 2-man show over there on like, or, chill R&B or whatever the channel is called.
Yeah, that's what's up. I appreciate it.
We appreciate you, Hunter. Thanks, bro.
Hunter, man, proud of you, man. Keep doing what you're doing, man. We're gonna be talking for sure.
Most definitely. I'll be in touch. Appreciate you.
All right, that's Hunter Patterson. Yeah, he gonna be on this show a lot moving forward.
Yeah.
Good stuff right there.
Is that look? You talk about the baritones. I just had a crazy thought.
Oh Lord,
is that Mark J. Spears reincarnated? Little Spears there.
It works. It works. I could see it. I think you're doing it because he's light skinned. Like let's come on, man, stop it. You're doing it because he's light skinned. But yeah, I see it.
Yeah, man. See, it's like what was the show? Well, I'm not calling the kid a baby. I'm not the man a baby, but it's like Muffet Babies. Like you had regular Kermit and you had Muffet Babies Kermit. That's what it is, man.
Baby Kermit, that's a grown ass man.
Yeah, I'm not. That's why I said he's not a baby. It's not the exact same thing.
You're okay. Acknowledge that you said he looks like Mark. He sounds like Mark Spears because he looks like Mark Spears. Just a young.
I thought about the baritones.
Yeah, no, he's got that voice. Like I'm always, I've been referenced about my voice for years, and then I hear dudes like Hunter or Luke Walton. Like, man.
You have that too, though. You have that too. You got a good FM voice.
Well, but I don't think I utilize that as much in AM. Probably because we get so animated. But I think when I'm in like my true speaking voice, where it's less D-Lo and more Davion, I feel like
you know what's crazy is younger D-Lo. The voice was way different, right?
Oh, young D-Lo sounds like a jackass.
Well, I didn't say that. It
sounds like an absolute jackass.
The crazy thing about it is, it's always the guys they hit puberty and the voice changes or whatever. I feel like my voice is different. I've seen pictures or videos, of after Reese was born. I was like, why do I sound like that? I was like 30 years old. What? It wasn't deep or anything. Reese and her. He's like, why do you sound like that?
I think you and I both hit puberty at like 30. 30, 31. We're like, hey, look, I think we're going through the change. What is going on? What is this?
See, Rob W starts up. I did not call him a Muppet. I said it's the same situation as they have the regular Muppets and then Muppet Babies. This is the basketball, not old school, but the older generation basketball writers. This is a new generation. That's what it was.
Look,
what a Muppet.
We've played this before. I think it'll play. Of course it won't. Why would it? It'll give me the rainbow spinning wheel. Sitting here asking the thing to.
Really, I got to give it to you.
Oh,
what's up?
You got me.
Why do I sound like
you got
that?
me good. Willie started off the morning and say, hey, I forgot to tell you. 50 call yesterday. He said he was going to call back.
Oh, that sounds
completely different, bro. It's completely different. What were you like, 22, 23?
How do you forget that? Yeah, well, I can.
Yeah, it's let's see, 20. No, that's like 26.
That's great.
It's 26 years old, bro. Oh, that is so bad, man. So bad. I think. Yeah, we're talking to Usher on this one. Hang on, I
don't think we heard this.
It's 929 KSFM 1025, Sacramento's #1 station for hip hop.
Oh, that's so bad. Oh, it's Chloe Casey here on Sacramento Sports Leader. We'll come back. James Ham joins us next. Oh, that is so bad. Oh, man. Wow. Really? October 10th. Is that who walked in? October 10th, huh? Okay. Wow. Okay. Did he bring up the cameras? Anything mentioned about cameras? Oh, okay. All right. Very good. Tentative date. Okay. Oh man, let's see what here. This
929 KSFM 1025, Sacramento's #1 station for hip hop and R&B. Willie and D-Lo.
Willie and D-Lo. And if you guys were with us yesterday, I gave D-Lo a lot of crap about not having Usher when he was supposed to.
Yeah, man, there hasn't been a television concert this hype since Michael Jackson's HBO special, like in the early 90s.
Yeah, it is. Let's get it.
90 minutes live, man.
That is just trash. I cannot believe I was employed. Oh my God, that's awful. That's so weird.
All right.
I love this interview.
Are you there, brother?
I'm here.
Let's just clarify.
My brother
for the
Terrence
record, it's
Howard.
D-Lo, not D-Ho. But
He called me D-Ho. He was like, man, I thought I was gonna add y'all to my stable. I love Terrence Howard. I can't believe how horrible I was as an FM. I do have some good interviews though. John Legend, LL Cool J. These are just the ones I saved.
Man, I'm chilling, man.
That's John Legend. Where's here's one. Y'all appreciate this. At least some of y'all will.
we got to get this one going quick. It's the 2004
I'll skip.
Radio Music Awards.
Because I think there's a song.
What are you looking forward to do most? I mean, you love to sing. To the guitar, they're gonna get.
Y'all never guess who that is.
That girl.
Hey,
It's been a long time since I beat somebody up in Sacramento. And you know something? She's only 16 years old.
I know.
And you've been looking at her with them bedroom eyes,
That's
brother.
not true.
I've been watching you yesterday, today, last night in the casino, the other day at the Olympic Gardens, the strip bar, Crazy Horse 2. I know what you're all about.
What were you doing there?
Was I there? That's right. I wasn't there. I was just joking, man.
You know what?
As many Hulk Hogan jokes as I tell, he was so good in our interviews. Yeah, it was Brooke. That was Brooke singing. Yeah, that was Brooke singing. I've had like 3 really good interviews. One was uncomfortable because I think Linda was hitting on me. It was very, very weird. It was going into the last season of, what was the show called? Hogan Knows Best. Yeah. No, Linda. Best interview on this show. Our first. Oh, I was gonna say shit, I don't know. Do you have one off the top of your head? What was the worst? Oh, that was tough. Yeah, that was tough. Yeah, that was tough. I don't know why he was. I don't know what our best interview. I can't. I normally I can't. I don't know. I can't. I don't retain them. I just kind of move on. But Rick was like 41 minutes. Casey, did you switch over? Or are you still potted up?
Still potted up.
Okay, you just stay there. I could have been Linda's pool boy for sure. See, you missed it. I did play. I played a little bit of.
Don't make everything loose for everybody. Just hang out, talk, have fun. But there's nothing I can say to you except I love you, dog. I love you
too, man.
I love you to death.
Thank you for helping my daughter, brother.
You can't.
That's unbelievable,
man. If playing a record that
Yeah, me and the Hulkster.
Where was that at?
It was in Vegas. That's where I took that picture over here to my left. Yeah, I was in Las Vegas. That was the first time I ever interviewed him, and the night after I met him at that pool top.
Wow. Yeah, you could have went on the road with the Hulkster.
Well, that interview did go. Brooke was 16 at the time. I was 24. It got a little weird, but all right.
Did you like the show at all?
I think Linda liked me more than Brooke did.
Oh, wow. Oh.
She's like, oh, you got those smooth forearms. It's a true story. That's exactly what she said to me.
Oh, my God.
Those smooth forearms. Oh, man.
Aldrin, you hear that too, huh? Yeah, I hear that. I kind of hear it too.
Who?
You.
Oh.
Gotta be, though.
Are we on the air? Why are we still in commercial? Are you serious? Oh. It's like
we're on there?
Like, wait a minute, are we on the air? How long is this commercial break? We're just talking like nothing was going on. Oh man, I got nervous for a second. I was like, what have you been talking about? Oh man. That was a fun commercial break though. We got so you missed this. It was right as you pulled your headphones out. We got a tentative studio date.
For what?
Yeah, that's what I said. October 10th. I think the plan is to go in the studio. Maybe we're doing a walkthrough. Maybe it's a preseason game on October 10th for D'Lo and KC. But yeah, apparently a tentative studio date has been scheduled, like a walkthrough.
Okay.
Not actually going to the studio, I guess. We're just going to the ballroom and we're going to walk through a show so they can see what it looked like, just like in a real game. Rob W immediately says, I'll take the over on that 10-10. That's a good call, Rob W. October 10th, fight in the parking lot like it's Anchorman. Yeah, that could be that. October 10th is going to be our first and last day in the studio.
I think October 10th. I think October 10th. My prediction is there's going to be a Macho Man Hulk Hogan like handshake.
Who? What, me and you?
No, we don't need to handshake with others.
After today's show, I was wondering. Oh, with others.
Oh, brother, what are they, brother?
Well, I need to remind you how the Mega Powers formed, how it ended. I need to remind you how that ended. Because in that situation, we're Hulk Hogan, brother. We might have been in the wrong, but we're ultimately going to win. I've said this before, watching the Mega Powers explode back as an adult, man, Hulk Hogan was trash.
Nah, he really was. Macho was right about everything.
Hulk Hogan was so in the wrong. He had his hands all over
everything. Wow. And he just got cheered on.
Oh. We didn't know any better. We were too young. We didn't recognize.
Yeah.
Try to run that angle now. Hulk Hogan be booed out of the building.
Who could you run it with now? Like maybe it could be. It'd be the Street Profits with Bianca.
I'm still, yeah.
I don't think did they acknowledge that they're married on the show? I don't think they do.
Wait, who's married?
Bianca and Montez Ford.
Oh.
I don't think they acknowledged that on. You didn't know they were married?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't think they would use they wouldn't use
a real marriage like
that.
Yeah.
They wouldn't use that anymore. Yeah.
It's too late.
I'm still bugging out about my voice change at 28.
You're not alone. There's a video of when Reese was born and he's laying on the little table and I'm talking to him. I'm like, "Hey, little fella. Oh, it's your dad." Like,
Jesse, you didn't sound like you on the Joes versus Pros episode.
Sounds about right. Yeah, he's right. It's a different tone. I don't know what happened. I really don't. What was I? That was 2010, maybe. Yeah, I think it was might have been 2009. So yeah, I was like 25 or so.
Weird. Absolutely weird. There's a really good article. James Ham, by the way, going to join us in just a couple of minutes. There's a really good article on ESPN everyone should check out that talks about the days leading into Robert Sarver announcing he's selling the Suns and the Mercury. There's a really good podcast that goes along with it too. Like ESPN Daily is a great podcast to listen to, like 30, 40 minutes of just a singular topic. Pablo Torre hosts it. It's really good. They talked to Baxter Holmes, who was the one who kind of started this. He broke the story. What was it, like a year and some change ago on what was going on with Robert Sarver and the Phoenix Suns. And we actually learned, or at least I learned a little bit in this article. I think Steph has revealed as much in days, and I think Draymond Green has as well. But there was a lot more activity from players than I think we initially thought. It wasn't public, though. It wasn't on Twitter like LeBron's ultimately was. It wasn't like Chris Paul was as well. And I think this article says, Chris Paul actually called Adam and was like, "Hey, I need to respond to this. I want you to understand that. I want to talk to you first, but I have to respond to what happened today." And according to the article and everyone involved, Adam was like, I completely understand. You do what you have to do. And it was talked through there. And, I think Steph talked about this at Media Day on whatever day it was for the Warriors. I think it was Sunday, that he called Adam too. So I think, and I'm going to give Draymond Green a compliment here. People think we don't like Draymond Green. I don't think that's necessarily true.
No.
But Draymond said, and I don't know if this was his podcast platform that he said this, or if this was at Media Day. He said it because I heard the clip on the podcast, and it was the first time I heard it. But he was talking about, the Robert Sarver situation, and I don't know what question was thrown at him. Sometimes, Draymond can just talk, and that's part of being a podcast. So you stretch that content out, and he talks, and he said, "Well, if you really want to find out what this is about, if you really want to find out how the other owners feel about Robert Sarver, let's put this to a vote. Let's put outing Robert Sarver as a governor, let's put it to a vote, a public vote, so we can see where you all stand. Because there's always this belief, and I thought Baxter Holmes did a beautiful job of laying this out. There's this belief that the NBA, and I think we talked about this, it's a progressive league. It's more progressive than the NFL. It's way more progressive than Major League Baseball. But we frame that as like that's the National Basketball Association. Mm-hmm. When in fact, it's probably not. It's the players of the National Basketball Association. Right. It's the guys on the floor. It's not the owners. And a way you could potentially get an answer to that is, okay, we've seen the list of transgressions from Robert Sarver. Let's find out how these other owners feel about it and put it to a public vote. And he framed it as, we'll see who's with us and see who's against us. And that's I think that's Draymond Green going a little bit in a different direction there. But I think the crux of his point is marvelous. Mm-hmm. Everybody has something to say, but are you willing to put your name behind it? And obviously, we didn't get that far. We haven't had to get that far because Robert Sarver is allegedly voluntarily selling these two entities. And I thought that was a great point by Draymond, but I also thought it was important to point out because we questioned, like, it feels like it's a little too quiet here. Mm-hmm. Like it shouldn't be this quiet from this league in this moment. And it turns out maybe it wasn't.
And that's, you know me, I have no problem with that. I actually prefer that. Like Chris Paul, Steph Curry, these guys, they don't have to always make it public, you know, when they're handling business. Like I have no problem with Chris Paul going to Adam Silver privately and be like, "Lo, Adam, I got to say something. I'm giving you the heads up so you're not blindsided. This is how I feel. This is, you know, how I feel about it." There's two things about all this, though, that I'm interested to hear your take about. First, I'll respond to what Draymond said. Draymond is right. He's 100% correct in that. That would be a great way to go about it. But it's also not necessarily as cut and dry as that. And I understand, and I think we talked about this, where let's just throw out Vivek. And I'm just using a name. Not saying he's done anything or anything like that, just using a name so people can relate what I'm saying. Vivek could be 100% against everything that Robert Sarver stands for and what he's done and all this other stuff. But at the owners meeting 5 years ago, Vivek told a story to Robert Sarver about, man, I was young and stupid, and I talked to this assistant like this. It was just bad. I shouldn't have done it. I know better now. I shouldn't have done it. And if the vote comes out publicly and it shows Vivek voted against Robert Sarver, I wouldn't put it past Robert Sarver. Oh, Vivek, you voted against me? You the one? Remember what you told me at the owners meeting 5 years ago about this and that, this and that. And now I'm in danger of losing my team over something that I did in the past, or I'm not really doing right now. You know, I'm just saying those things come up too.
I think your overall point is accurate. I think that is the overall concern of other owners is, well, what dirt's going to come out about it? Mm-hmm. Mark Cuban said this. I think it was Mark Cuban during the Donald Sterling stuff.
Yeah.
Like, at what extent do private conversations become public, and that threatens because all of them are thinking, they know what they did. Mm-hmm. Now, I think the overall concern regarding a person like Robert Sarver, Donald Sterling, is more of like a tip of the iceberg thing. Mm-hmm. Like this is with, and I think the NBA and ESPN report proved this is repetitive behavior. I think that's the far bigger problem than once when I was younger, I said this to an assistant.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I used to conduct myself this way. Like it seemed like it. I just feel, and I think, you know, what really got me thinking, and James is going to join us here in a second, so we don't have to spend a ton of time on this. But what I just kept thinking is, you know, the season is about to start, and, you know, obviously media days, you know, now behind us, this was going to be a topic. It had to be at Phoenix Suns media day, just like, you know, what went on in Boston had to be a topic. But I keep thinking about Adam Silver, and it feels like they really got this wrong.
Well,
and Adam, I felt like Adam. We could talk about acting in the interest of the owners. That's Adam's job. But it also feels like Adam went to great lengths to like acknowledge that Robert Sarver's changed. He's different. He's evolved as a person. Like, why are you throwing this in here right now?
So
I didn't feel like that needed to be a part of anything. Go ahead.
So I was I'll give credit to Bill Simmons. Listen to this pod. He had a little soliloquy on it. The same soliloquy where he said Charlotte may be up for sale. Stop. But the other thing that he mentioned about this, and the only reason I bring it up is because he's not the only one. I think there was a caller, or we read something, and I heard it from somebody else who came up with the scenario that Silver was kind of playing chess here, and he knew there's a couple different things that were in play. I wish I remembered exactly what he said, but there was something about the value of expansion, the TV deal, and an owner coming in. I think it was more so of like the next owner and expansion. Adam was doing a dance where he's got to show them, like, if you come in here, you're going to be treated well. If you do, you're going to be treated fine, whatever the case may be. And the whole point behind that was he knew he was getting Sarver out. Like, he knew Sarver was going, but he had to play this dance to protect the value of the future owners. And he knew, I'm gonna look bad for this. I'm going to take these hits. I'm going to have to eat this for, a week or two, or maybe even a month. But it's all part of the end game. The other thing he talked about was he also knew he had the ace in the hole with this whole thing was allegedly Michael Jordan was ready. If nothing was done, Michael Jordan was going to come out and say something. And that would have got him out the paint. Silver did all of this knowing all and it wasn't just Simmons. I heard somebody else talking about saying Silver did all that knowing Sarver wasn't going to last. Like he was going to be out, but he had to play it a certain way. That makes more sense than saying Adam Silver had no idea that the backlash was going to be. We talked about it before. Adam Silver is very bright, always prepared.
He didn't appear to be prepared for the backlash. That's the only thing that calls, like, we've never heard Adam. Adam sounded like the old pitcher that we play all the time. He sounded like
I don't know. I don't know if
sounded like Adam Silver that day. Like, that's the only thing. I get playing chess. Like, I get all that, and you could even argue that it makes sense. It's a hell of a blemish, but like, I get it. It makes sense. I don't know that I buy it though, because I feel like the value of this team might sell for like $5 billion.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's one thing we probably haven't really thought about is Phoenix. It's not LA, but it's not Milwaukee either.
Right. No, they're gonna go for maybe.
It's gonna go for huge, and that's, again, it's also the value of sports franchises, and it's who's willing to pay that amount to get in. It's already going to be a really, really high amount. Now, if you get into a bidding war, that you're getting, we talk about the 1%. Now you're getting into like the 1% of the 1%.
Mm-hmm.
You're getting into like probably barely a handful of people who could afford it. Then out of the handful of people that can afford it, now you're dealing with the handful of people that would actually want it.
Mm-hmm.
And then you get into situations there where people are forming groups and all of these different things. So I didn't mean for this to go on this long. There's just two really good pieces to listen to in terms of the ESPN Daily Podcast and to read on ESPN.com. Two really good things on Robert Sarver there. James Ham said to join us here in a minute. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM. West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app. This is going to happen from time to time. James will be running a little bit late to get with us simply because he is coming straight from practice. and he's rushing home to be with us. So he'll join us. We'll get his thoughts on what happened at training camp. And as a matter of fact, we can get some sound of what happened at training camp today. This Mike Brown talking about his love of these early days of training camp.
How much are you enjoying the teaching aspect of camp?
For me, that's my thing. The players wouldn't want to hear it, but I could practice 20 times a month and play 2 games, or 30, because the practice is fun to me, and it's fun because I enjoy seeing, the group as a whole just progress together. And when you start seeing them do more things right than not, then again, that gets me excited. But the pinnacle is when they're able to basically coach themselves out on the floor. If something breaks down right away, they all know where the breakdown came from. And because they're able to correct it amongst themselves and they're talking on language, now, you're able to be Phil Jackson and sit with your legs crossed.
Is it helpful to have all of these players that have worked under you before, whether it's Della Vadova or Quinn Cook or Bazemore or, your guys with the Nigerian team, that they actually know what's happening and what to expect from you?
Yeah, it is helpful because there's familiarity, and we're not doing everything the same that we've done in the past, but there are some things that we're doing the same. Not only that, these guys have a feel for me as a coach and me as a person, and so they can enlighten others, as practice goes on or as the weeks go on, as to, why I did this or why I'm doing that or why I responded this way or that way. So it's always good, again, to try to have a couple of guys that are familiar with you in both regards, as a person, as a coach, to be around to help the others, especially.
So again, there's
how much are you enjoying?
Mike Brown talking about his love of practicing. Mike Brown really likes to practice.
Yeah, he loves practice. All great coaches love practice. They do. That's when you get the work in.
All right. Well, I
games
get
are fun too, though. The games are really fun. I love the games.
You love practice, but you like to see the things that you're implementing pay off.
Mm-hmm. Games are showtime. The games are showtime. You love that, but you love practice because, that's where you form your habits. That's where you can do certain drills and techniques and go over strategy over and over again. And that's what isn't very fun sometimes for players, for sure. But that's what gets you to a super high level if you're able to conquer all that stuff. The other thing about it is, I'm sure Coach Brown, a lot of coaches, it's not exclusive or anything like that, but I know I always preach the practices, they've got to be harder than the games. I want the games to feel like easy work.
Right? For now, there's a point where
later in the season, you're gonna, the practice is gonna end up being a shoot around. It's not gonna be anything tedious. But when you're trying to establish something, the practices damn near have to be harder than the games. I used to say all the time, you want to talk about running and getting up and down the floor. In practice, we're just going crazy. We're running, we're doing all these drills to help our conditioning, because you get into the game and you're like, oh, there's timeouts. Oh man, I get to stand here while somebody's shooting a free throw, catch my breath. I don't never get to do this. And this is easier. And that's usually the goal. It's where you're trying to get to.
Two things I want to point out here really quick, to no one's surprise, at least no one who listens to this show for a long time. Ko has been eliminated in frozen ham pool because he picked 309. So again, no shocker there. Ko, first one out. I know some of you are starting to sweat right now.
It was like the bushwhacker who came in.
Bushwhacker Luke. Oh, that's good. Yeah, we're going to call Ko Bushwhacker Luke from now on. Also, we've speculated that this would happen, and I believe this is the first truly defining moment that it has.
Okay.
We've often said, we've joked, we're gonna get Ham, showing his ankles. We're gonna get Ham doing things like a little bit more for the culture.
Mm-hmm.
Feel me?
Yeah.
James texted us at 3:01 and said, "Be there in a second." It's 3:11, approaching 3:12.
James, come on with a wave cap. I'm done. I'm out of here.
See, James, we're rubbing off on you, James. You're sliding over to the culture. That is a very culture-esque move right there. Be there in a second. 11 minutes later, the handsome James Ham joins us here on ESPN 13.
Look, if I see him at the Golden One Center and he gives me 3 handshake and embraces in 30 seconds, then I know he's for the culture. That's what we do. you gotta get him by 3 in 30 seconds.
Hang on, I'm taking notes.
If you start having really prolonged laughs, and if it goes, James is with us. James, we just played the clip of you talking to Mike Brown after practice, talking about his love of teaching early in camp. What have you taken away from these first couple of days of practice?
Number one, they haven't figured out the timing yet. So the first day we were supposed to be there at 11:30. We got into the gym at 1. Second day we bumped it back to 12. We got into the gym at just about 1:20. So there's been a lot of like hanging out with other media members the first couple of days. Barry Bonds was there today, which I thought was intriguing. I'm not sure why, but that's okay. I know he's in town to throw out a pitch or something. I think that this camp specifically, there's a really good vibe to it, and everyone seems to be having a great time. There's a lot of chatter. There's a lot of smiles. The positivity is kind of oozing out of everybody, not just Mike Brown, but all of the players. And I think a lot of that is because Mike Brown's positivity is just like, it's infectious. And
he's smiling through that whole clip that you just posted.
Yeah. And, I thought he might enjoy that question because he is a guy who likes to teach, who wants to be, some people don't love that aspect. They like to come in, they like to these are my X's and O's. You need to follow my X's and O's, but you should already know the game of basketball by the time you got to me. And I don't think that Mike Brown is that guy. Mike Brown understands that a lot of this is teaching. And, I think that's why him and Doug Christie will probably get along so incredibly well, because that's how Doug looks at the game too. It's about teaching the finer nuances of the game, about really breaking down everything to its minutia. And that takes time. It takes time and energy to do. And Mike is definitely a guy who has a passion for it.
Do you think, because we see Mike Brown, smiling and having a good time, do you think there's 2 Mike Browns? There's the after practice Mike Brown and the during practice Mike Brown that is not as, he's not like he's, two-faced or nothing like that, but he's intense. Like, he's a perfectionist. He's trying to get these guys and instill a culture and a way to play. And is that a little different than what we see once practice is over and the cameras are on and things of that nature?
Oh, totally. I think every coach is way different. And there's probably like 3 or 4 of them. So they have their personality that they have with their family. They have their personality when they're like an intense moment at practice. They have their personality when it's with the media and it's, sort of jovial or they've got to lay down the law, or they've got to speak to their players through the media. It just depends on how the coach approaches these things. But then I also think that, there's another coach that's hiding inside them that when a player has issues or when a player needs to be like put on the right path or told, very specific things about what their playing time is going to look like this season or for the next 2 weeks, like that's a different side too. And I think Mike is one of those guys that he has an ability to connect on like a bunch of different levels. And so I like what I see so far. It's definitely, he's a good guy to talk to. He gives good sound bites. We have the scream and the laughter, and there's always something about him. On occasion, he gets locked into this other mode where he's really just kind of like going, like trying to explain something to you. And that's where I think a lot of times you can see the teacher side of him. And so, yeah, it's interesting. It's every new head coach is different. This is my, what do we figure out, 9th or 10th head coach in the 13 years that I've covered the team. You got to get to know them. You got to figure things out, how they like to run a practice or how they like their pregame stuff, questions that they do like or they don't like. There's a lot of things you need to learn about coaches, and it's kind of like, in a weird way, having a new boss every time. You got to figure them out and kind of figure out how to work, within their system, but also show them who you are and your personality, earn their respect as they're earning your respect. It's pretty complicated.
Have you gotten a feel for how the players are responding to him?
Yeah, they love him. They do. For everything that I can tell early on, they're very much into his vibe. And, even, day one, we saw them run so many sprints because it kept missing free throws. But, I mean, it was a lot. I mean, I don't know how many times they were up and back, but probably at least 10. Maybe more, and that was because one player after another stepped to the free throw line and missed a free throw, and they were trying to, prove a point, but get the guys in shape. And yeah, but I think still, like, at the end, Mike said, hey, if Alex Len hits 2 free throws in a row, then the coaches will run. And if you've played sports, that's always the fun thing, is to watch the coaches have to do the same thing you've done. And I remember watching. Finally, Alex Len hit both, and the first one did not want to go in. It bounced all over the place and finally fell in. The second one was clean, and the coaches took off running and did the sprints, and then Mike Brown flew past the line and jumped against the cushioned wall and smashed into the wall. And he's just a fun-loving guy.
Popping gets harder as you get older.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's what I said that on the pod last night. Yeah, there's a big difference between stopping at that baseline when you're 22 years old and an NBA player, or 19 years old or 15 years old running wind sprints, than it is when you're his age or my age. And
when
that
you're 40,
line,
it's a business decision.
Yeah, that line, it's really big at that point. It gets really big and really blurry, and you're just hoping that there's something you can run into and you don't fall somewhere.
I say all the time, man. Yeah, if I got 5 gears to me, like a car, I never get out of third gear. Never. I never go past third gear. Ever. That can't happen anymore. And if I get a little older, I may not get past second gear. I'm not pushing it to the limit like that.
Yeah.
No, sir.
I bet DC out there pushing it, though. I bet
DC, he can get to fourth. He might be able to get to fifth gear.
Yeah, Leandro Barbosa is there too, and he's in great shape. Leandro Barbosa can still play. That's what we hear, that he's still very good and very good in 1-on-1 or 3-on-3 games after practice. I'll say this: Bobby Jackson, Bobby's looking svelte. And I actually watched, he was jumping in and actually doing the running drills about halfway through. You could tell he's like, I should probably get my cardio in right now. So yeah, good for Bobby Jackson, and seeing Bob and Doug hang out, Bobby and Doug hang out together on the sidelines is pretty cool still.
Yeah.
A lot of these guys have been, but we've got Kings tickets to give away. Let's give those away right now. Kings will be at the Golden One Center, gearing up for regular season action. They'll take on Los Angeles in the final preseason game. We've got you right now. Caller number 3, 916-909-1320. Again, that's 916-909-1320. We've got you all week. We're going to send you to that final preseason game to take on Los Angeles. And then next week, we're going to send you to the home opener. You can go to kings.com/tickets if you want to purchase some right now, or you could just hang out with us. We've got you covered the rest of this week and next week. Some of these guys have been playing a lot. Is this group fresh? A lot of them are coming from their international teams and different things like that. Is this group overall, are they pretty fresh?
They look like they're ready. That's what, I mean, they still have to go through a lot of X's and O's and figuring out, who's going to play where and all that stuff and rotations. But for the most part, I mean, I don't think there's a player there that you can say is really look like they're out of shape. I know someone mentioned in Chatty House that Bazemore was dying. That Bazemore was kind of like the end. But look, Bazemore also has he's got 2 kids under the age of 3. Like the dude's got a busy life going on, and he's also a seasoned vet that knows what to do once the ball goes up in the air. And I'll say this too, for all the talk about Harrison Barnes and just where is he at mentally, Harrison Barnes won every single one of the wind sprints.
I talked about earlier. Yeah.
He was way out in front of everybody. And so that's where people need to know that it doesn't matter what's going on, that once a ball is once it's game night, Harrison Barnes is ready to play. He's focused. He's already focused and ready to play.
Well, that's what we kind of, me and Davion were kind of talking about earlier, and I noticed the same thing. And I said that Harrison Barnes, the way he approaches the game, the type of player he is, it almost doesn't matter if he's bought in or not, because his mind won't let him do anything other than his best or to play a certain type of way. Then I noticed the same thing, James. I mean, I noticed it because I was looking to pick on anybody, but I always look at, point guards are in the front. That's what I was always taught. Point guards in the front. You lead from the front, you're the point guard. And Harrison was beating the point guards. He was the one first every time on those things. So I just think that's just who he is. He can't not give his all or be bought into the point where he's at least gonna try his best to produce.
Yeah, we talked to everybody. We talked to, Kevin Herter and who was the other yesterday? One of the 2 guys that we spoke to yesterday was very clear. Harrison Barnes is the guy who's always at the gym. He's always in the gym early. And the other cool thing about Harrison, I've said this before, but I'll repeat it again. He's a guy who not only is his body a temple and does he take care of it 100%, but he also imparts that knowledge on the players that are coming behind him. It's something that his veterans taught him when he was young, and he's going to keep showing it to the guys that are coming through. You gotta hit the ice bath. You gotta do all of your maintenance on your body in order to stay strong and be in great shape. And I mean, he looks like he's in tremendous shape coming into camp. And the only thing with him, it's is he 100%? I don't even want to say bought in, but is his head here? Is this where he's going to be long term, and what does that mean for the rest of his life and all that stuff? Because when you get traded or you go on to you sign a lucrative deal somewhere else in the offseason, that means you're moving. That means you're moving, your wife's moving, your little girl's moving, everyone's moving, and that's a big deal. It's as you get older as a player, I think it even becomes more and more difficult because you become entrenched in a community and, all that stuff. You have your friends and your play dates for your kids and all that stuff, and it's a big change.
Well, it's hard not to think that it's got to be on his mind a little bit, doesn't it? I mean, we talk about next season. It could be February. It could be tomorrow.
It could be tomorrow. It could be between now and that magical date that I won't say because you hate when I say it. It could be any time, and I think that's what players kind of understand, that your name gets mentioned and it gets mentioned for a reason. And I thought that was one of the most interesting things that Brennan asked a question of Mike Brown about roles and stuff, and Mike Brown said that they had already had meetings with every single player and gone through very specific expectations and roles, and this is what we want you to work on, this is who we want you to be. And I don't think that that's a complete rarity, but I also think that having an honest discussion with your players is really important. And we see it with Phoenix, where DeAndre Ayton literally said he hadn't spoken to Monty Williams since the last game of the season, and that just seems very strange to me. But I guess that happens in some situations. But once you matched his contract, you probably should have given him a call. And everyone handles their business differently, but that's a strange thing.
Wasn't DeAndre benched in the second half, or the whole that probably should have been addressed. The fact that it hasn't, it speaks to everything we said about Phoenix all offseason. This is concerning for them. there's strong Kyler Murray vibes right now with the Phoenix Suns and DeAndre Ayton.
Yeah, a lot of it's strange. Like why you wouldn't do that in an exit interview, why you wouldn't have, kind of work it out and so someone goes into the summer, whether he was going to come back or not, go into the summer with a positive mental approach and thought about who you are as a coach and where his place is with the team. Just very strange.
James Ham, 1320 Kings Insider with us. We'll come back. We'll talk more about the first couple of days of practice. I want to talk to you about Rashawn Holmes. And we want to talk to you about Monty's contract answer to the question Deuce Mason asked him yesterday. So we've got all of that coming up. Much more Kings talk. I talk for a living, believe it or not. Like I can do this. I could put sentences together. CeeLo and KC with James Ham here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. We got a couple of things to take care of. First, I nearly fell out when Tyler said Jameis Ham. I nearly fell out. I thought that was incredible. Let's also eliminate a couple of people here. Who is out? Dr. David is out. He had Ham freezing at 314. Filthy McNasty had 323. He's out. John C. had 313. He is out. Many of you are still alive, still standing, still strong.
Somebody came in here, and I don't know if this is legal or not, but they came in here with the 340, and it's already taken, bro.
Well, yeah. Russell did come in late with the 340.
It's already taken. Don't be taking. I said 340.
Okay. Well, all right.
One of the reasons why it took so long for me to get on is, first of all, practice did run late, and I was hauling to get here. I didn't walk in the door until after 3:00. I text you while driving, while I was in the lake, though, like right down the street, to say, hey, I'll be there in a minute. But then once I opened my computer, I tried to hardwire in, and it just was like, hey, we're not down for this.
Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, does that?
He's moving.
Yeah, he's moving. That was close. That was
the referee. One.
Oh, Spectre. John Poles. That was close. Ooh.
That's awesome.
Man, that was close.
I just paused for a second.
Okay. Rick, he's moving. He's moving.
Do we have to check the review? Is somebody throwing a red flag out there?
No. Weezy says throw the red flag. I'm saying he didn't move. I mean, I'm saying he moved. I'm saying it wasn't enough.
Yeah. I'm gonna put my own bet in here, and then I'm just gonna mess with you guys. As soon as it's time, I'm just gonna be like.
So good.
Oh man.
Jesse says 5 seconds for an official freeze.
5 seconds.
I like that.
Oh, that's awesome.
Oh man.
Yeah, we actually need to get in studio because I could have just swung right by on the way home and been right on the air and.
Well, James, there's rumors out there now.
There's rumors of a walkthrough on October 10th. I don't know what the hell a walkthrough is. I don't exactly know what that means, but maybe we come in, we see where the cameras are set up, we test them out a little bit. October 10th is that's a Monday. So maybe the 11th is our first show.
All right.
I don't know.
All right. Well, I'll just tell you what I tell Avery every day when he says we're about to get let in. I don't believe you.
Oh, man. Do you get to watch any of practice? Or you just watch the aftermath?
Well, I mean, it just depends on the coach. So far, no. We got to watch wind sprints, but we were told day one ran long because they had like an hour-long discussion. Upon further review, I don't think that was the case. I think that practice was scheduled to go till 1:55, and like us getting there at 11:30 was, it just happened. I don't think they were going to let us in for like a 45-minute window and let us watch. It would be nice if they did. I mean, certain coaches, you know, like at the old practice facility, they had the screen. So it was one-way mirrors. We could see out. They couldn't see us. But they had a screen on the other side they could drop and raise. And sometimes a coach would raise the screen and let us watch, 10, 15 minutes of scrimmage.
Yeah.
But even that, like recording through the two-way mirrors, the one-way glass, it was always like really yellowed out and really difficult to do anything with the footage. Yeah.
All right.
Sorry, Tyler Jennings, you lost.
Tyler's out.
Damn. It's getting dicey for me too.
Oh boy, the chatty house is anxious here in the final 20 plus minutes of the program. We had an unofficial ham freeze. It was unofficial. And look, it's 3:33. We've got John Poles in here. John Poles is about to be out on the 3:33. Spectre 707 went with 3:33. He's on his way out. Ham's connection is teasing us a little bit, but no ham freeze yet. Is this the day the streak is broken?
The streak.
Is this the moment Brock Lesnar pins the Undertaker?
And I'm calling another foul because Thomas G is saying 340. I already have 340. You guys have to get off of 340. Find another time, Thomas.
And Wizzo, you can't say 345 to 350-ish. That's like when I say my win total, give or take 8 wins. Like that doesn't work. That's not okay. It's like, 37 wins, give or take 8. They can avoid the drama. They could get to 45. They can't avoid the drama. They'll get to 29.
We play games here on D-Lo and KC live on youtube.com/ESPN1320. I don't know if Twitch is working or not, so I'm just leaving that one alone. What did you think of Monty and Deuce Mason and that interaction there about Monty's contract?
Yeah. Okay. So Monty was so laid back. It was the most laid back we've ever seen Monty. Even like in an off the record happy hour, he wasn't laid back like that. I just felt like for the first time, he was just comfortable in his own skin. And that question had to be asked. But media day is a really tough place to ask that question, especially just like we haven't been in scrums like this in so long.
Yeah.
So there's people jumping over each other. There's 2 people talking at once, and then like whoever stops first is one who doesn't get to ask the question. So it becomes like chaotic. And I thought it was a good question by Deuce. I didn't know if it was going to be asked or not. I hadn't like put it on my list of things to ask. I had other questions I sort of wanted to hit him with. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, he's entering the final year of his contract. No, it's not on the internet, but we definitely know that this is the final year of his contract, and like all bets are off. Like you let a guy walk into the final year of his contract, and heaven forbid if he goes out there and does something miraculous, like breaks a playoff streak and has this thing moving the right way, and then someone else comes in and offers him, offers him $1 million more for over, or a 5-year deal or something that you weren't willing to offer him. Maybe he goes somewhere else, and so you're opening yourself up to everything, just like a player. So Monty's in a prove it year, and but he's also auditioning for all 30 teams. And, that's probably, it doesn't sound like it's that big of a deal, but I'll say this, like, I think their chances are pretty good of actually being in the competition for the 10 seed at worst, and with the potential to go higher than that. And so like somebody's rolling the dice, and for Monty, I think he's rolling the dice on himself, and he's very comfortable doing that. For the Kings, they're rolling the dice on more instability and chaos.
And sorry, Casey. Another, like, I applaud Deuce and you guys, because it's got to be really difficult to ask a question you're pretty confident it's not going to get answered. But you also know, hey, how come no one asked Monty about his contract extension? You've got to ask the question. You know it's probably not going to get answered, but you still have to ask it. And I got to imagine that's pretty tough.
Yeah, it's never fun to ask. Like, there are difficult questions, and they're like I personally, like, for myself, I think I can ask a pretty difficult question in a pretty, like, easy way. Like, I don't just, like, hit you with it. It's not like you feel like you've just been run over by a truck and that you didn't see it coming. And if there's something that has to be answered by a player, like, they know it's coming. At least they should. And a lot of times they will know it's coming. Like, because, you know, like the Terrence Davis situation, like that was a situation where, like, look, you're going to get asked questions because you haven't spoken to the media in Toronto and you haven't spoken to the media since you got traded to Sacramento. And then eventually I had to ask him the questions about his off the court stuff. And it was a very difficult answer, you know, for him. But as a reporter, that's our job. And, you know I'll give a shout out to Sean Cunningham too. While we were on air on Monday, Rashawn Holmes came over and spoke to the media, and Sean had to ask him about some of the off the court stuff and, you know, how's it going? And, you know, is it good to have it out of the way and all that stuff? And those things aren't easy, but again, it's like, it's not part of the basketball world, but it is, because they represent so much more than just, you know, the play on the court. They represent cities and, you know, communities and all that stuff. And it's never easy to ask the hard ones. So shout out to both those guys who hit them with hard questions.
Yeah. Big ups to my guy Deuce. Big ups to my guy Sean Cunningham for sure. We talked earlier.
Yes, for apparently pissing off Kevin Herter.
Yeah.
Oh, Brandon. The ox question. I would have been like, I have no idea what you're asking.
We're not going to spoil that one. You got to listen to the latest edition of the King's Beat for that.
That was pretty funny. Yeah. And
yeah, that was funny. Yeah, I felt for him. And Herter is a deadpan guy, so that would have been really difficult because he's very funny, but it's very subtle. You can tell right away that, you know, even him talking about Keegan Murray, like, Keegan Murray only eats like 5 foods. He's very boring, and he sits in his house and watches his shows, and he doesn't do anything else. He only has like 2 hobbies. Like, all of it was very deadpan and very, like, matter of fact. But I think Herter is going to be a favorite amongst these guys. And for those asking out there, I did actually tell Kevin Herter, like, I introduced myself and told him that everyone thought that, you know, he's my son, and we had a good laugh about it.
I was about to say, what do you think about that?
Well, I told him there's a bunch of, you know, racist people out there that think that all redheads come from the same spot, and it's just not okay. You know, like, we had a good laugh about it. Yeah, we're like, I'm like, hey man, like, why does it, like, everyone throwing it out there that he's my son? Like, just because we have red hair doesn't mean anything. Like, yeah. Sorry guys.
The funny thing about, I think we've talked about this before. Ham, your sons don't even have red hair, do they?
My little guy has. Okay, so I'm what they call a strawberry blonde. So my hair isn't like red. And when I have gel in it, it gets darker. My little dude has the same hair. He has a light. So, like, we don't have like bright red hair. So Herter has like bright red hair. Like, he's a like, you know, it's a full-fledged redhead. But there is a difference, you know. Like, my brother is a redhead, and he has a daughter that's a redhead, like super red. Yeah.
ESPN 1320, sports leader. That's where you find us. Hey, you mentioned Rashawn. What did you think about some of Rashawn's remarks? Rashawn, you know, Sean asking him the tough questions, but Rashawn really kind of pushed everything back towards basketball. You know, he acknowledged it was the season from hell, you know, the year from hell for him. But he also, I think at the end of a clip that Sean, I believe it was Sean that Sean posted it, it was like, but that's no excuse. Like, I didn't play well. I didn't play well, and that's what it boils down to.
Come on, man. Get Deuce out of here, man.
Yeah. You guys are killing us. You're killing us in the chatty house. Yeah, like, look, like, this is about basketball, and it's about the opening of the season. And for Richaun Holmes, this is like a renewal of sorts. This is like a rebirth for him. He had a horrific season, one thing after another. We've talked about it. The two lacerated eyeball issues. He got COVID. He had a family member pass away, and all the while he had a really bad custody battle going on behind the scenes. Like real life hit Richaun Holmes, and it impacted him greatly on the court. He's still here, and he wanted to be in Sacramento, and he looks like he's in great shape. He's worked really hard to he's shooting 3-pointers, but also like he's worked really hard to make sure that he's ready to kind of get back to who he was. And he's a heart and soul player, and the Kings missed him greatly last year. I'd say that was one of the bigger issues that wasn't really talked about how bad that season went, was just that Holmes never looked like Holmes from the opening tip. And so I think it's good. It is good to address some of these situations and move forward. I had a conversation with him off the record, and it's not easy. None of this stuff is easy. This is real life. And I think people forget that these guys, they make lots of money and all that stuff, but that doesn't really matter at the end of the day. You're still a human being. You're still a person who has to deal with all of the things that everyone else does. And, we see it with Tom Brady, where he's just like, look, man, I'm 45 years old. Life is hard. Life is difficult. There's so many things going on. Whether, that's that age where your kids are hitting a certain age, and your marriage is hitting a certain age, and your parents are hitting a certain age, and you're trying to balance everything. And, I think for NBA players that gets glossed over a lot. I'm glad it's worked out for him. I think it's a situation that will always be there. And that's because I think his son is only 5 or 6 years old. And these situations don't just magically vanish and go away. Just because you got a ruling from a judge, it doesn't mean these situations go away. So it'll be a constant thing that he's dealing with, and that's just part of who he is as a player now.
Yeah, that went on for him last year, man. I want to see him, have a better year just in life. I'm not even talking basketball wise, just a better year this upcoming year, man. So that's for sure. Jane, well, two things went on. First of all, yes, everybody, it's 3:44. I'm out. You can take me off the list.
They're dropping like flies. Alfonso's out. He had 3:44. Soren is out.
The witching hour.
The witching hour indeed.
Where winners become losers and losers become winners. We've reached the witching hour. That's right.
Man,
Andrew Siciliano.
Thought I was there. James, we talked a little bit earlier about Davion Mitchell. And I want to know, because you see Davion almost on a daily basis, his whole rookie year and now going into this year. And I kind of look at him, and I look at the way he goes about things and the way he does things. And I mentioned it earlier. People always give you a lot of flack for saying he's comparing him to Patrick Beverley. And I think he's a better player than Patrick Beverley. I think he's a better defender than Patrick Beverley. But the one thing that I feel Davion may have is just that extra, that bounce to his step, that no nonsense-ness to his game and to the way he approaches basketball that I love, quite frankly. And I feel like I'm starting to see that more and more from him the more we see him, since his rookie year, whether it's summer league or just looking at him on media day. He's like, it looked like he's like, oh, I'm tired of this. I could be playing basketball right now. Let's get over with this. Do you get the same vibes from Davion that he's just kind of no nonsense?
Yeah, he's no nonsense. He's also funny. He's also like a jokester behind the scenes. I think, look, when you have a guy like that who just refuses to stop, he just has to be in motion at all times. I think if you look at him, he out of everyone, there are players that, lost a bunch of weight, and there are some players that I'm sure have gained a little bit of weight. He's just built like an NFL linebacker. I mean, he's so stout and yoked, and you can tell that he's clearly been in the gym all summer long, but you also expect it. You expect him to be that guy. And we could sit here and debate whether he's going to be a better defender than Beverly or not. But I'll tell you, year two, of Beverly's career is when he really took off as a defender. That's when he went from being like a really, really good defender to an elite defender. It was his second full season in the NBA. And I think that Davion is going to have that opportunity. I asked him today, about a guy, who is a defensive player, like how much when you're, when that's what you're known for, like how much are you looking around like, hey, can we talk about defense? Can we coach defense? And, how much is that part of what's happening in practice? And, he's just so focused and he wants to be really, really good. And not only that, but he's doing the little things that he didn't do so well last year. So he spent the summer working on catch and shoot threes. He didn't shoot the ball that well from 3-point range. He needs to be a 36 to 38% 3-point shooter. And I think he's going to get a lot of burn with Malik Monk this year. I asked both of them about that question today, just like how are they building chemistry together. And, I don't think they've got to a point in practice where they've started to pair off and really like focus on what are some of the small groups going to be, who's going to be the starting five, who's going to be the second group. But I think those guys are going to play a ton of time together. And that's something that, I think that they're a pretty good fit. They're undersized, but I think they're a pretty good fit.
Even though he's coming off the bench, is Davion a guy who can be a leader for this team?
Yeah, I think everyone can be a leader for this team. Like, I think that they're going to rely on, like, leadership by committee. And as long as your heart's in the right place, then I think that everyone should be willing to listen and have those conversations. And to step up when someone needs to step up. But having guys on the bench like Kent Bazemore or Matthew Dellavedova, even, when Harrison Barnes is out there, like all of these guys can be veteran leaders and like can help do certain aspects. But I think when you look at the game of basketball, there's so many different ways to be a leader. There's being a leader by showing everybody how to take care of your body and how to be a good community person. And, you're getting some of that from guys like Garrett Temple in the past, but also Harrison Barnes. If you want the rah-rah guy, the Kings have had the rah-rah guy. If you want the guy who can go out in front of the media and answer every question, they've had that guy in the past. I think, Tristan Thompson took that reign a little bit last year, but Caron Butler's been that guy. There's been so many different guys that have had different roles with this team. And so I think when we look at leadership, like everyone wants it to be like this Michael Jordan type leadership or, everything is centered around one guy. But, the biggest voice in the room in the Golden State Warriors is Draymond Green. The leader of the Golden State Warriors is Steph Curry. And it is what it is. Like wherever Steph goes, they're going. It's his team. And everyone knows that. And so, I think that this team is going to have plenty of leaders. And I think Davion can be one of those guys just because he's going to be a guy who outworks everybody else. And they all know that. Like it's hard to compete with him on the work ethic side. And so there comes some cachet with that he's working harder than everybody else. So his voice will have some meaning because he's doing what it takes to get better.
Yeah. Before we get out of here, Ham, Barry Bonds was in the house today, the greatest baseball player to ever play. Yes, he is. Greatest baseball player to ever play was in the building today. But it reminded me, I joked around. I said, Vivek making moves. Barry Bonds is sacked. Vivek is doing it. And I said, I wonder if he's going to ever be able to get Drake to come back here. And I told the people I would ask you about the night Drake came to Arco Arena.
Yeah, that was the most awkward night in the history of Sacramento Kings basketball. I think Drake's been there a couple of times, but the night that they let Drake in the locker room was a night where DeMarcus had like gone off on George Karl in after the game. And so we finally got let into the locker room, and it was like we could hear like ruckus going on behind the door. But Jerry, who was the security guard that watched the door, bless his heart, rest in peace, Jerry. He was like standing there, like making sure everyone wasn't too close to the door because he could hear what was going on. So we all file in, we walk into the locker room, and something clearly had happened. Like the locker room is somewhere that once you've been in there once you've been in there a few times, you start to get kind of a flow for what's happening. It's usually pretty quiet, but there's some jokesters going on. There's, it has like a feel to it. We walked in and instantly something had happened, and we're like, oh, this is awkward. I'm not sure what's going on, but something loud and crazy happened. Players were all in like these little groups of 3 whispering to each other. So we came in, the media's just kind of standing there. They weren't ready to talk yet, clearly. So we're all kind of standing in a corner, all grouped up, waiting for the players to be ready for us to go in and like get into a scrum and have a conversation. And before that could happen, the side door opens and Vivek walks in, and then Vlade walks in, and then Drake walks in, and it's like, hey, what's up, guys? And Drake comes around, he's dabbing everybody, but the players, he could feel it right when he walked in. And then he tried to say hey to the players, and that wasn't really going over that well. And you could tell the players were like, why is Drake in the locker room? Why is Drake here? And so he came over to the media, what up, guys? And we're like,
that's what gets me.
Hi, Drake. I don't know what to say. It's yeah, Jerry Reynolds was not guarding the door.
Hi,
Drake. No,
that's what gets me. Drake wasn't getting a response from the players, so he goes over to James Ham, and it's like, hey, what's up, man? How you doing?
Well, I'm about the culture, so I was like, hey,
That's who you are.
That's right. Let's. We were in our corner of the culture over there, and waiting for the players to. Yeah. So anyway, it was one of the more remarkable nights because not only did it speak to the disconnect between management, ownership, and the coaching staff and the players. It spoke to all of that, but also just, really not reading the room. And it was a very, very awkward evening in Sacramento. And, at some point, Drake, just left. It was a very odd moment, overall. I've seen a couple of awkward moments in the locker room, and that's one that stands out. Yeah. Yeah. It stands out as one that just yeah. I mean, I've been in there with fights. I've been in there with people saying things they shouldn't be saying, all kinds of crazy stuff. But that one there was pretty crazy.
I know Brickhouse Industries is listening. Hi, Drake is absolutely the next shirt to thekingsbeat.com. If there is not a Hi Drake shirt on thekingsbeat.com, we're all failing.
I mean, that's been so long. It's been I don't even remember that. I mean, it's a George Karl year.
Drake.
Yeah.
Well, what a day. It's a historic day. As Michael Cole said, that fateful night in New Orleans, the streak is over.
Oh.
And I'm going to give credit.
Oh, wait a minute.
I'm going to give credit. James has been teasing it. I'm going to give credit to Jonathan because he was the very first one at 148 to say, I'm going to bet he will not freeze at all today. Bold, but I'm going with it.
Congratulations, Jonathan.
You are the winner.
Bold move, Cotton.
Bold strategy. But it paid off. Not freeze today, and the most coveted streak in sports media is over.
The streak.
We will pick up the pieces from the loss of this and return to you tomorrow at noon on Sacramento Sports Leader. Unfrozen and all, ESPN 1320.
I love a bad internet.
I can't believe it. As soon as we made it a bit, Ham froze. Didn't freeze.
Yeah. Go Suddenlink. There it is.
Can we celebrate with a Ham Drake flow?
Oh.
No, probably not.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was some good stuff.
The
Drake.
I don't know what to.
That is so funny.
It was an awkward night. I've been in there. There's been a couple awkward.
Was
nights.
DeMarcus in there, or was that the night he?
Oh no, DeMarcus was sitting there. He was talking to Rondo and Rudy Gay. No, he had just gone full Hulk smash on George Karl.
He stormed out of the locker room once, right?
Yeah, there's a couple of stories there. Yeah, that's for another day. That's for an off the record, and I don't even know if that one will ever come out for the off the record. Yeah, I mean, there was another time where somebody had written something pretty brutal aimed at DeMarcus, and went at DeMarcus hard, and then to like make amends, they brought him like a John Coltrane CD. Like they went out and bought him a CD and put it in his locker, and tried to like break bread, which was just even more awkward. Yeah, I've seen some weird stuff, like Carl Landry signing autographs when he's getting traded and bringing them out to the kids outside. He knew he was gonna go on a road trip and that he wouldn't be back, so he cleared out his locker and he had all of these shoes with purple, and so he started signing them and going out and handing out shoes. And a member of the media said, "Ooh, I would love one of those. That's pretty cool." Bad move. Like, media doesn't get to get autographs, so he signed a shoe and, "Oh, that's fine." Handed it to the guy, and then the guy has this like size 17 shoe trying to hide it. There's nowhere to go. Like, you're stuck in the middle of the locker room with this gigantic shoe. Like, what am I supposed to do? He's trying to hide it along his hip and sneak out the door. like I've seen some wild stuff.
Amazing. Amazing. Yep, Marcus is a Leo. That's why me and DeMarcus are exactly the same.
Awesome.
All right, exactly. Just wait till we get in the new studio. Somebody's going to catch that George Karl like wrath. And then Drake's going to walk in.
And then Drake walked in.
Hi, Drake.
I think that was the biggest thing. It was that Vivek comes in the side door with like a smile. First of all, Vivek's never in the locker room. I think that might be the only time I remember Vivek walking in the locker room. And then Vlade comes in afterwards, big old Vlade, big smile, like, "Hey, what's up?" And then here comes Drake, and you're like, "Oh, what is happening?"
Is there any possibility that Vivek didn't know anything that had just gone on?
Oh yeah, it's 100%. Yeah, he had no idea. Like, no one had texted him and Vlade. And
well, let me stall out Uncle V then. If he didn't know what had just gone on, like, he wouldn't know about the awkwardness of it all. He's like, "Hey, after the game, hey Drake, you want to meet DeMarcus Cousins? Come on, let's go. I'll introduce you." And he opens the door thinking everything's all good, and
but somewhere along, hey, no, bad idea. Hey, let's I could also talk about the time one media member decided to wear a DeMarcus Cousins jersey into the locker room. But I don't think we need to talk about that one. And DeMarcus,
well, you already mentioned it. Finish the story. What happened next?
Well, DeMarcus stopped everything and said, "Get that out of here. That's not okay." Which I thought was very mature of DeMarcus to say that, because no, you don't do that. You don't do that. Don't say that, Vincini. Like, you can't walk into an NBA locker room wearing a player's jersey who's in the locker room. You can't do that.
Man.
that feels like a good walk-off. We are going to hit end broadcast and see you guys tomorrow. Check out the Kings Beat, kingsbeat.com, Kings Beat newsletter, Kings Beat podcast. Corners of the Culture drops tomorrow morning. We dropped a special little companion piece. If you never heard our original interview, our original conversation with Rick Ross and Brett Barris, check it out. We posted it in its entirety on Corners of the Culture, and then the episode about Rick Ross drops tomorrow. So check that out. We appreciate you. We appreciate all of you. Thank you so much for being with us. We'll see you guys tomorrow.